Do you have an extra copy of that?
Yeah. There you go. That one's yours.
Perfect, thank you. We're not seeing anything.
What I don't know, I don't know. Yeah, I got it, OJ.
Cool. How many do we have?
We had 5. Do you need more?
Yeah, we need each probably here one. We need at least 11.
Oh, 11? Okay. I'll have Steven. Oh, let me send the list first. I'll send it to him too, along with the agenda. I'll have the full. They got the Sassy Hall over there for, yeah. I know, I was like, subway, yeah. That's awesome, thank you.
Test, 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 test. Test, test. Test. Ah. All right, can anybody hear me? Oh, good, I can hear myself. Hey, Honey Wash Day, good morning. Um, Prior to starting, what we're going to do is go outside, do a prayer, and once we get done with that, we'll come back in, and then we'll start on the agenda. Hopefully, all the tribal leaders have a copy of what the agenda is today, and we're really good at having these kinds of meetings. We have panels that we can move around, so we're not really stuck on any particular time except if a candidate comes in. We froze that time specifically for that person. So if everybody can kind of get up and go outside right in the front door, we'll go ahead and have opening prayer, and then we'll come back in and we will rock and roll. Or do the chicken dance, one of the two. Am I working?
You are, and you don't need to get this too close to you.
Yeah.
This one's like an interview mic, so it's talk right now.
Talk, right now. Okay. Oh, that's way better. All right. 1 2 1 2 1 2 4 4. Tyler, I'll count in Lakota. 1 Gila, 2 Gila. All right, if anybody else, we have plenty of food, so if you want to stack up before lunch, go for it. Hold on, I know I have it. Hopefully everybody has the agenda. And there's a couple things that are really, really historic here. You know, we're going into an election with the first time a female Indian woman is running for president. And again, this is nonpartisan. I just want to put that and emphasize why this is historic too, because we now have the Coalition of Large Tribes that have membership. In order to be a member of a Coalition of Large Tribes, you have to have 100,000 acres more of land. And of the 574 tribes, there's only 52 that meet that criteria. And what we have Nevada tribes, Walker River and Duck Valley as part of the Coalition of Large Tribes. So this is the first time, at least I'm aware of, where we had two actual tribal organizations consisting of tribal leaders that are meeting for the, together jointly to accomplish some good things coming up in the future. And we do this so that we can send a message out to all of our brothers and sisters throughout Indian country that we as Indian people have a very powerful voice, and that our voice is being done through our power of the vote. Nevada is a battleground state. And what a lot of people don't know is that the Native American Indian population in the state of Nevada, the voting age population of natives is equal to or greater than what the candidate won by in the last election. So that means that if we're able to get our people in Nevada to vote, and we're going to be talking about a lot of things. We're going to talk about how we're having problems getting polling places on reservations. You're going to hear the history of Four Directions and the Nevada tribes going back to 2010. We've always worked really closely with tribal leaders. We want to have this as an educational process when we have candidates in. We're not here to say, aha, we caught you. We want the candidates to learn about who we are, learn about our issues, and then take that back to Congress as our friend. And we want them to learn about tribal issues, and some of them are already elected and know about that, but this gives you a chance to reinforce it. And it also gives you a chance to let them know that you're not alone. You have brothers and sisters throughout the United States that are going to be able to listen to you when it comes to getting our people to the polls. So with that, I would like to call Desiree up here to say a few words. And then if you see that youtube.com at 4directions5556/live, if you can copy that and send it out, put it on your Facebook, this is being live streamed. And so anybody that wants to watch it, all I have to do is go to that link, and they will be able to watch the whole forum today and tomorrow. So with that, my very, very good friend, Desiree, and she is the Executive Director at Intertribal Council Nevada, and I can tell you that we really enjoy working with her, and there's a lot of times where she has reached out and helped us in so many ways. So Desiree?
Thank you, OJ, and for directions for the invitation and for hosting the Nevada Tribal Presidential and Candidate Forum. I am a member of the Walker River Paiute Tribe and Executive Director for the Intertribal Council of Nevada. We are the governing body of the 28 tribes within the state of Nevada, and I would like to acknowledge our tribal leaders that are with us here today in person and those that may be listening online. So if Council Member Tony Bell, if you would like to just stand in introduction.
Good morning to all. I'm Tony Gill with the Opposition Tribe.
Good morning, Debbie O'Neill, Tribal Chairwoman with the Duckwater Shoshone Tribe, and getting lost through the campus reminded me of Davison. Yeah. It used to be fun, but not now. Kathy Williams, Toohey, Chairwoman of the Gallup Shoshone Tribe of Nevada. Just like she said, when I was growing up in 7th grade, my dad said I was a lawyer. I like to debate, I like to be the end of the line. And I said, as I got older, I said, there's no way I'm spending my early life in 9 years in a law school. So I backed out. Coming here and walking on the campus, like she said, and sitting in here, I think I made a big mistake. Doesn't compare to tribal leadership. There's such a time. No, I'm 65. I'm just retired. That's been my life goal, was to build up my retirement all these years of jobs, retire, and sit in my yard and play with earthworms. Thanks for having us here.
We also have Chairman Stephen Wadsworth for.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Stephen Wadsworth. I'm the chairman of Pyramid Lake. I don't know if I have as many words as they do, but growing up, my dad sat on council for a number of years, and I always asked him when he was going to run for chair, and he would always say, "Hell no," and yet you're up. Thank you.
So thank you. Again, we will be taking this information back with the tribal leaders that are not with us today. So thank you.
Now, I want to also thank the University of Las Vegas for allowing us to use this space. Now, there's a girl I know, Danielle. Let's see. Danielle, can you come up and say a few words, please? Danielle actually is the one that got this together for us, got us this room, was able to help us reach out to tribal leaders and stuff. And get this. We worked with Danielle way back when, during DAPL. She was working for the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, and we went in as 4 directions. And that's when they first did voter suppression and requiring physical addresses. And so we've known Danielle for quite a while, and I can tell you this, she hasn't aged in 10 years, so.
Thank you, OJ, so much. Hamitakia pishante washte na page usapi na ina vosla oyate tahawahi na lakoya chaje we chakpi shakoi we machiapi na washichuapi Danielle Finney machiapi. I'm very happy to be here with you all. Wopila Tanki Chichiapi. As OJ said, we've been long time. I call him Uncle OJ, Lekshi, and we've had quite a ride, and it's amazing how life still brings everybody back full circle together, and we meet again in a different forum. Quickly though, I am a professor here at the law school. I did go in 9 years of law school, and chairwoman, it's never too late. You can still come. In fact, the William S. Boyd School of Law, where we're at today, has this program that started in 2020 called the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program, where I serve as a director. And it's to help our Nevada tribal nations and nations across the country, all of Indian country, in both the gaming and governance aspect. So if you are a tribal leader and you ever want some sort of legal assistance, please reach out to me. Our tribe is, our program is very helping of all the tribes. And along with that, it's a thing that's coming up and we're going to be really kind of broadcasting it very soon, but this will impact Indian country, I feel like, in a positive way, is that we are trying to move our law school programming for 3 years to get a Juris Doctorate degree to kind of a hybrid program, which would allow people in remote areas of Nevada, tribal nations, those that don't want to necessarily leave their communities or leave their families, to be able to access legal education, which is powerful, which we need in Indian country. So that's a little bit about everything going on in this area, and I'm just very glad that we're all here today. So thank you so much for being here, and OJ, thank you.
Thank you. She thinks she's getting off easy. We're actually going to call her back later. We really want her to talk about the online possibility of tribal members, tribal leaders being able to get a JD through online. So I want to make sure we afford her more time with that. And now I would like to have the Coalition of Large Tribe members introduce themselves. Chairman Lee Wan? Oh, I already did it. You can step. No.
So we're in right here.
Yeah.
Vishaya was on the beach group. Romantic tribes. Ohio, southeastern Iowa, we got to go that side. And I've been on the tribal council since 2005, but I've been kind of involved in looking at all those things throughout my life. When I was in junior high, I studied about coronavirus. I grew up in a home with no running water, and with a horse and wagon, grandparents. His name was Luke. He came from San River country, was forced out of there. 2007, and Chief Timberway was chief then. Great grandpa. He passed away after he died, and we never really Fort Hall. There's a Banning Reservation, Village Shoshone's own Fort Hall. Beautiful country there. There's hot springs and there's aquifers and springs all over. There's a big other aquifer, there's Lake Erie, goes all the way down to Shoshone Falls and Hayden, past that. So nobody really knows about too much, but that's where that tectonics really started and left that Snake River Plains and the fire. And thousands of years ago, that trail left. And then ended up in Yellowstone Park. That's where Yellowstone is. It used to be all the way that way. It's going to go to South Dakota pretty soon. Probably be another 100,000 years or maybe hopefully longer. It might wipe everybody out. That's how Earth Mother is. So I just want to share a little bit about that. And people from all over practice states. We were in Canada one time. In Saskatchewan. Alberta, and Red Deer Valley, Alberta. We were listening to we're from the Utah Extension and all the way from South America, all the way up in language, the same music they call it, and they're spread out. So the Utes are the same language. We say water, the same water. It's got a spirit in there. And it's showing you Comanches, a bunch of tribes like that. And Comanches go down south. And I waited for a while, so people, a little bit of history since you guys learn a law place in university. I think there should be more curriculum for all of our people, not just ours. But I just want to share a little bit, touch on that with OJ. I know OJ never cut me off. Thank you.
Chairman actually hides from me because anytime I want somebody to say a prayer or sing a song, I track him down. Madonna here is representing the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Tioshpai Mataha. I'm here, I'm representing the Sichangu Lakota people. I actually work with our Sichangu Lakota Economic Development Corporation and CDC. I work with Katrina very closely, and we're here to provide support, but also to represent our people, you know, in this space going forward for whatever the needs are for Colt and OJ and everyone else. But thank you for having us here today, and I'm very happy to meet each and every one of you.
Oh, both love. Tyler?
Good morning, everybody. I know most of you in here, but my name is Tyler Yellowboy, council representative for the Wallace Tribe. Currently serving my second term. Served as 4 years as our district chairman for our community. Currently serving as the co-chair of the Intertribal Governmental Advisory Committee to Secretary Tubman of HUD. And also serving as a board member for the Indian Union Association. So, I've been state hopping, and I was supposed to go home yesterday, and then OJ and Jen said, "Can you come to Colt?" So I changed my flight plans. So I'm here, and then visiting with guys outside, and I said I go home for like 8 hours, and then I fly to Seattle on Monday. So very busy. I appreciate Colt. I've been interested in Colt since I've been part of our tribal government. So we take part in the meetings and try to stay up to date with what's going on with Colt. And was part of the process of bringing some of the additional tribes into Colt. And you know, every large tribe has a voice. I know that because when I went to my HUD meeting, the Alaskan tribes were trying to push their way in for large land-based funding. There was only a handful of us at the meeting that said, "Wait a minute, hold on here. Because large land-based tribes have issues too." So I'm an advocate for large land base, but also for Native people in general. And currently going to finish my term as councilman, and hopefully in the next few weeks here, I find out if I make the cut for chairman of our tribe. So I'm like the chairman here. I took the leap of faith and see where I land. So hope we have a good meeting, and thank you to UNLV for letting us use their facilities. I got lost on the campus and said hello to the lady, and I was going in the wrong direction. So we took a tour of the campus. So thank you, and have a good meeting.
Wopila. Tyler, if you could call a Colt meeting to order real quick. We have one thing on the agenda, and that is the resolution that is being presented by the Intertribal Council in Nevada. And Desiree, if you could come up and talk a little bit about that, please, once you call it to order.
So I'll call the meeting, the Colt meeting to order at 10:26 this morning with the members present.
We have a quorum.
Hello again. So I had a recent meeting with some of our Nevada tribal leaders as well as the BIA emergency management team. And so during our call with our tribal leadership yesterday, we were hoping to get some support from Colt regarding a resolution to request additional emergency funds for emergency managers. So there is a draft Word document that was provided to our tribal leadership by the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California's emergency manager, Lisa Christensen. It provides more of an overview regarding the request, but basically especially during the pandemic, and some of our tribes have also faced some additional challenges with weather-related events. There is not enough funding that is coming from BIA to support emergency management for our tribes in Nevada, but it's not just impacting tribes in Nevada, it's across the board. Homeland Security funds about $55 billion to state and local governments, and tribal nations have only been allocated $95 million of that within the same period. So you said the United South and Eastern Tribes, they passed a resolution. You also have a copy of that. We don't have a quorum today as far as Intertribal Council of Nevada, but we will be pushing and discussing this resolution at our next upcoming board meeting. So we are hoping that Colt will also support, and not just Nevada tribes, but tribes throughout the United States that have access or have issues with accessing funds for emergency management.
So basically, what we're asking the Colt board is for us to do a resolution and take money from the state and give it to the rightful people. I make a shortcut all the time. So, Chairman, all we would need is a motion to approve resolution and just to make sure it's on our letterhead, and any amendments that you may see after the attorneys review it.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman, vote today.
Yep.
We want Tyler to go, I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution, set forth as read, I put it on the letterhead for us, Colt to back him up.
Uh-huh.
We have a motion.
Need a second? Okay. Then all in favor? All right, motion carries. And one thing about Colt, we can have 20 of our members here. You don't just have to be our board, but we also have council people coming from other tribes. And if there's like 15 people in there, you can get 14 votes to approve something. And if one member of the coalition objects, it's like nobody, the motion won't pass. It has to be unanimous, anything that goes through Colt, so that when we go forward, everybody is in agreement of what's happening. So one person could actually, and it's happened a couple times, where one person could actually say, no, I don't want to do this. And so then what we have to do is get the other tribal leaders that want that to sit down with the person that objective and see if they can find a middle ground. Sometimes we can't, but sometimes we can. So, but it has to be unanimous anytime it goes through the coalition of large tribes. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, so this resolution, the one that Colt's gonna is gonna be similar to this one, it's a little bit different language.
Yes, yes, and then we'll have our attorneys go through it and put it in the proper format. I'm looking at the time, and as usual, we're going Indian time. We have at 10:45, Congresswoman Dina Titus. And so instead of jumping into the first panel, let's see where you're at. Would you mind if we go ahead and just take a break and then wait for her to come in, do that, and then jump to the panel? Is Dr. Songberg here? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm OJ. All right, so let's go ahead and take a break, get some coffee. I know, looking around, some of you were out late last night. Coffee up, and then we'll wait for the Congresswoman. And then, Lucia, have you talked to Desiree about the questions for the Congresswoman? Okay. Sir?
OJ, yeah, I got a question. I parked out there, so they only gave me 2 hour limit, 11:30, so you able to help us?
Stephen? He needs help with parking. Chairman Lewan.
I'll have to really redo it, huh? I'll try to redo it again, so.
Uh-huh.
When she's talking,
Hey, she was at Standing Rock. She'll make sure it happens. All right, let's take a break and have a coffee, and then we'll wait for the Congresswoman to come in.
There's some free spots. I'm going to go talk to somebody upstairs.
we can move over there or something.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It used to be Friday universities, worst bureaucracy you've ever seen. Yeah. We were catching the residents of
That's your fault.
Yeah, I think, some of us will find out more about where we're at. On Friday, is that mean part of the student spot or? Student or staff spot. Student or staff spot. So, are you in an older spot? Some international. So what, there are some leaders, Danielle, where are the leaders spots or? She's over by the student there.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mr. Ortega. I've been supporting the event. I think you emailed me earlier. Yeah, glad you popped it. Go ahead and take the seat. Do you need water or anything? Okay.
We have all you probably know that girl back there. We'll keep on referring people. This is really but yeah, I'm really glad. This can be a full circle, so it'll be just like a community. I really appreciate it.
Five sugars, 2 creams,
Oh,
stir
great.
stick for you, okay?
Thank you.
So I'm, with the teacher class, semester natural resources field stuff.
We have,
So when I do it, which is well, I guess. Well, Chris is gonna be over here. I'm sure. I think that's good. Good job. How long have you been in chair? How's it going?
Yeah, let's see. Well, let me find it. Does anybody have any cards?
Yeah.
They need a TV buffer? Oh, you bet.
I know, I was like, I want to. I would ask him because he's the guy. Right? Oh, and Carmen, she's right now. Passengers get fired.
When, Desiree needs one.
Yeah, so we're gonna be up there looking at the trucking issues. The trucking system. You know, I can't help these laws to really get their heads around it. Yeah, that's.
It's a CNN.
What I do is push the button, if it honks, it starts. Gee, about 10 cars go off.
I can go do that if you want. Oh, okay.
I mean, how many well, I mean, the thing is, you know, I was trying to put together, you know, really we're just. Well, not even just. Yeah.
You should be right up there in front.
So I saw that, have they broken ground? Or we're not putting in the fish packs? Yeah, they're still. Yeah, so it's not a total, it's not a room, it's just putting in the stuff.
Is there anybody else that needs passage for parking? Okay.
And is that just for LCT? So, am I mistaken? But I guess how much so how you became chairman of the election? Don't know. So you have to stand for elections. Oh, I'm sure I'll have well, it's a big job.
And then, yeah, just,
Okay, yeah.
I just gave my keys on the way.
you give me keys? Okay, the Congresswoman is in the house. Well, actually, she's walking here. So if everybody can grab a seat and I'll round up the rest outside. Yeah, and I thought I brought it. I don't see Chairman Elon. I got him coming back. One more time, if anybody needs assistance with parking, if you can let us know, Stephen will come and help you. Horses don't count. Horses. No matter if it's a 400 horsepower.
You know, when I first started working here in 2000, I saw a UNLV police officer on a horse pull over a car on Highway Ave, ticket for going through the trust.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but in December, there's no people allowed because horses come in
Oh, yeah, yeah.
during the NFR.
If, once
If you
you,
don't have a horse, you're not welcome.
once you
December.
introduce her, can you ask the travel leaders to introduce themselves? And then we'll get, then it's all in your part. So, you're from, yeah, okay. I helped her get one felon. Oh, jeez. This is when we first got satellite offices in Nevada. But I always remember Fallon because I had to open a new account and I stopped at Wells Fargo and Fallon opened that. So when I put the address down on my bank account, it's Fallon in Nevada.
That's what we did when we moved to Arizona. My husband's Dallas. Moved to Arizona, and we were always with Bank of America. There's a far view out there, so we did Wells Fargo and Chipley.
Right.
Finally, I had to cancel the Wells Fargo. They're always giving me problems because it was opened in Arizona.
We start in 7 minutes. Councilman,
Okay, yeah, and,
yes.
and then what she's gonna do.
What's that? She's gonna present, she's gonna hit all the things, and then do more actual conversation.
Okay.
And then leave enough time for some photos, so it's gonna be, call it 20 minutes, starting at the top of the hour. Well, that's actually, it was 6, we started at 11 o'clock, 5 minutes.
Luciano?
So everybody, I'm not OJ, ready, the congressman is here.
Right. Mike. Brett's kind of handles his phone.
Okay, my name's Brett Healy. I've worked with Barb and OJ for some time now. Chaos Donna. We've got a lot of Donnas. That being said, the Congresswoman's here. We're going to start at 11 o'clock, which is in about 5 minutes or so, and she's under a fairly tight time frame, so she's going to present some remarks and whatnot, and a couple of questions from tribal leaders, part of that natural conversation, and then she's agreed to be able to take a snapshot of things, but she's got an event coming up, kind of hard scheduling for these candidates and for these incumbent Congress people. So with that, just wanted to let you know we're going to start at 11 straight up. We'll make sure folks outside kind of get wandered in here as well. So with that, thank you. What's that? Top of the hour. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I know. Top of every hour, though. 12 is top of the hour. 6 is bottom of the hour. At least in the white world. That's the disconnect. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. And then she can take in. I'm just making this.
That's the only part I.
Oh. Oh, we got one. I can hear, I come in here and invite me, my wife to her Christmas reception. So we went to her house and after we came with her, it was pretty cool. They're treated way better. Oh, really? But that's what we do. Yeah, well, yeah, it takes a while. But that way we have a year like this, all the photos we take. And then we have professional photographers. I get. Is it the top? It is.
Slanted hour.
Yeah, yeah. We have a whole. All right, if we can have everybody grab a seat, hopefully your own. And we're about ready to get started. Chairwoman from Fallon is going to introduce her, and then she'll ask everyone, the tribal leaders, to stand up and introduce themselves. And then it'll be open comments and then questions.
So I'd like to welcome our friend, Miss Dina Titus. She is our Nevada congressional woman. We really appreciate all her help that she's helped us with in the state of Nevada. Most recently, our monument, the Ava Kwame Monument.
It's wonderful.
Right. She continues to promote our land back to our native ancestral people. So with that, I'm welcoming Miss Dina Titus.
Thank you so much.
And also, I would like our Nevada Tribal Chairwoman to please introduce themselves.
Nice to meet you. I'm Tony Bill with the Shoshone Tribe.
Pardon, my name is Deborah O'Neill. I'm the tribal chairwoman of the Deadwater Shoshone Tribe. 4 hours north of here, and I love this weather.
I'm off to Reno, that's why I can't stay long.
We're cowgirls, so when we see horses.
I'm trying to save those wild horses to some extent.
Oh, there you go.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Rogers, I'm the chairman of the Paiute Tribe.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, we'll turn it over to,
I'm Yvonne Powers. I'm not a chairperson,
Okay.
but I'm representing the Shoshone Paiute Tribe.
Okay, great.
okay. And these are members of our large coalition of tribal leaders right here.
Oh, okay, great. Well, thank
So
you.
with that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Here's our pin of that.
Oh, how nice. Well, thank you. I'll put that on. Well, thank you all so much. Welcome to our campus. You are right in the heart of my district. This is District 1. I'm Dina Titus. I represent this district in Congress. Starts at the airport, goes downtown, most of the east side out to Henderson, Boulder City, includes Lake Mead. So thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. I taught on this campus for 35 years in the political science department, so it's always nice to be back here in this spot here in the valley, because a lot goes on here, and this is a good example of some of the kind of projects that we have and things that we support outside of the classroom. So thank you for holding it here. I thought that I would just talk a little bit about some of the areas that we've been working on in the Congress. You know, when we just got back last night, and that you may have followed it, that we didn't pass a continuing resolution, which was to fund the government. It seems like the other side can't get anything done. They can't get out of their own way. That was their bill, and they couldn't even get that passed. And thank goodness they couldn't, because it was terrible. But nonetheless, when we go back, that's going to be pretty much all that we're dealing with, is keeping the government open and running. And I'm not too optimistic about things getting passed in terms of individual pieces of legislation. I can tell you this, though, that if the other side wins this election, they've already got things in place. You've heard about the 2025 report, or to roll back. Everything will be rolled back. All the progress that we made, whether it's environmental, human rights, minority rights, women's rights, the right to vote, which y'all are focused on today, will all be rolled back. And it's not overly dramatic, I don't think, to say that democracy will be under attack. And that's why what y'all are doing with this conference is so important, to get people to know what's going on, get them mobilized, and then get them to turn out, because there is an awful lot at stake. Something else they'll roll back besides individual freedoms and rights is the notion that policy should impact everybody. That's been kind of a hallmark of the Biden administration, that when you enact policy or you appropriate funds, it should benefit all communities. And you will see that disappear in the administration under Donald Trump. And a third point I would make is that another real emphasis of policy that we've enacted over the last 3 years is that it's collaborative. It involves the federal government, the state and local government, the tribal governments. Everybody has a piece of it in terms of shaping the policy, not just in terms of receiving the benefits. And you will see that go out the window. You've already heard where they're going to fire 2,000 or 20,000 or who knows what the number is, members of the federal government. They don't believe government has a function, that it can do anything that helps people. And so you will see that collaborative effort go out the window. And I'm afraid that the tribes will be on the short end of that kind of decision-making. So that's kind of the three things that we're facing in this election in terms of who comes out ahead. And I'm a Democrat, so it's no question about where I stand on this. But let me just share with you some figures and all about what we have done, just so you can see the progress that's been made under the last administration and put that in perspective going forward. I understand my role, whether there are tribal units in my district or not, that anybody who's part of the federal government has an obligation to protect that trust. Not just Bureau of Indian Affairs, but all government agencies need to keep that top of mind when they are enacting policy. They got to protect tribal treaty rights, be sure that women are protected. We've seen that as a problem in tribal communities. You know, when we passed the renewal of the Violence Against Women Act, Republicans didn't want to include Native American women. We had to fight for that. That's how basic it is. But we need to be sure that every policy, every government agency keeps those things top of mind, ensuring the welfare of Native American tribes and lands. And so I take that very seriously. You know, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act to get us out of COVID, and that includes historic legislation, especially in healthcare. You know, we got Medicare so that it covers, can negotiate for drugs. We got drug prices capped at $2,000 a year, insulin at $35 a year. This is something that helps everybody, not specifically tribes, not specifically certain people, but it helps everybody when you bring down the cost of health care. Then another one of those bills that was part of that whole package to get us out of COVID was the American Rescue Plan. And that was the largest ever investment in Native communities in the country ever. And that allocated $23 billion to tribal governments. So $23 billion was a good start at addressing issues that have been in existence for an awful long time. You know, some of that money was used as direct payments to members of the tribes. It wasn't just invested in infrastructure, but it was a direct payment to help families put food on the table, pay for necessities, take care of their families. It also expanded access to health care as part of that bill. Temporary housing for tribal members was part of that bill, and there was investment in education. Schools were started back, and schools were improved as part of those $1 billion. Over $800 million came to Nevada from the American Rescue Plan. Walker River Paiute Tribe used $12 million in funding for water system improvements. Some of y'all may have been involved in that to secure clean drinking water for the tribe's reservation. $10 million of that strengthened Nevada's tribal communities' power grids that needed support against wildfires. We see how dangerous and damaging and expensive wildfires can be, so $10 million went to that. In addition to that, those two bills, we had the infrastructure bill. I sit on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, so this was one that we really worked hard on to reinvest in the country's infrastructure. In that bill, $13 billion went directly to tribes. A lot of that was to fix I think it's 145,000 miles of roads within reservations that were crumbling, that were needed paving, needed shoring up. And so they were unsafe, they were dangerous. And so you had you're expected to receive, I just throw these numbers out to you, nearly $4 billion over the next 5 years to fix those roads. So there was a real investment out of that act too. And finally, high-speed internet is something you can't, internet today is like the electricity of the past. You can hardly exist without it. And yet some of the more remote parts of the country didn't have access to internet for school children. So this bill also, I think it was, they said, 1/3 of Indian country lacked broadband internet, 1/3 of it. So this bill put $2 billion into the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program, and that included $19 million to bring enhanced broadband services just to individual homes across 11 reservations just here in Nevada. There's been some complaints, and rightly so, about this money not getting out fast enough. Some school children went back to school without the internet, but the appropriation was made, and we need to be sure that it gets out where it's needed. There's also in that infrastructure bill was more funding for clean drinking water, improved sanitation, and water reclamation efforts for Native communities, and millions of dollars for tribal climate resilient programs. Look, if you've been here, here in southern Nevada, you know, we hit 120 degrees right here in Las Vegas, a record. We are the hottest, the sunniest, the driest state in the country. So we've got to figure out how to deal with the climate change and the impact of climate change. I'm working to get FEMA to recognize heat like a natural disaster, because do you know that heat kills more people per year than tornadoes and hurricanes put together? Now, people don't realize that, but that's really true, and yet we don't really seem to know how to do it. We don't measure it, we don't know how long it lasts, we don't know what really are the implications, and so FEMA needs to make that a priority too. So those are kind of infrastructure things and funding things that we've been working on, and I'm proud to have been a sponsor of all this legislation. Then the one that I'm really proud of that you so kindly mentioned was Aviquame, establishing that national monument here not far from where we're sitting right now. You know, this was something that the tribes, that environmentalists, conservationists, people had been working on for 20 years and hadn't gotten very far. So I just picked up the baton at the end. Y'all did all the work to put it in legislation. So we introduced a bill, and I can tell you honestly, my colleagues, even in the Nevada delegation, didn't sign on to the bill. They were hesitant because there was a wind farm out there, and some powerful lobbyists were concerned that you're going to lock up too much land that can't be developed. But we kept it up, and y'all kept it up, and just the moral obligation to preserve this. This is holy territory for many of the tribes. I think it's 10 different human-speaking tribes have a special attachment to this land. And so the pressure that we had to the Department of Interior and then to the president got him to use the, yes, sir?
What was that land monument you said?
Oh, it's right out here from Nevada. If you go out towards Searchlight and down, it crosses into Northern California and Southern Nevada, so it's not very far from here. In fact, we got on board, just as an aside, the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce and the Searchlight Chamber of Commerce and the Laughlin Chamber of Commerce. Now, if you can get Laughlin to agree to anything that might even look liberal, that's a miracle. So they all signed up because they knew it was a gateway to outdoor recreation. They knew people would come there to see the petroglyphs or come there to hike or to camp or just to view some of the natural wonders. And so they also agreed to support it. So with that kind of support, the president then used the Antiquities Act to declare that a national monument. Yes, sir, did you have something else you want to say about that?
She's asking me, what's the name of it? I know you said it's petroglyphs.
Oh, Aviquame, A-V-I, Aviquame, A-V-I, K-W-A-A-M-E. And it's 506,000 acres, 506,000 acres, and it's now a national monument. And like I said, it's called also Spirit Mountain. You might know Spirit Mountain. There's a better name for it, another name for it. And that was the 10 human-speaking tribes that were behind this and who found Secret Mountain as a holy place. So we're very proud of that. It was kind of natural for them to come to me to say, let's try to get this over the line, because I've had a long history of supporting public lands. It's interesting because my district is so urban, but urban children need a place to go outside, and saving that land is doing well by doing good. We did Great Basin, Basin and Range. We did Gold Butte. A lot of that was we worked on, and all the time I've been here and making this a priority. So we're very, very proud of that. Now, some of the issues that remain that we need to address are housing. Here, you hear this all the time around the country, but certainly in Nevada and certainly southern Nevada, where growth is so, and you can't afford, people can't afford housing. They need more rental vouchers, which we have a bill to get more rental vouchers, because places like Phoenix and Las Vegas don't keep up with the growth. We are the same size as Chicago, yet we've got just a much smaller number of vouchers that come to us than go to some of the older places. So trying to get vouchers. And you know, right here in southern Nevada, 15% of the houses have been bought up by corporations. I get a letter in the mail every week that we want to buy your house. What they do is they buy up houses, then they flip them at a higher price that people can't afford, or they rent them at a higher price people can't afford. So you've got many people priced out of the market here in southern Nevada, whether you're just graduating from college or a new family, whether you're seniors, you want to downsize because you don't have children at home, or you're just trying to build some wealth through property acquisition. You just can't get into that market. Now, interest rates, I think, are fixing to come down. That will be helpful, but we also need to put a cap on what these corporations can buy and how they can move into our neighborhoods. So that's one of the targeted policy areas for the next administration. And you have heard Kamala Harris come out with a plan to address this and put some limitations on what these corporations can suck up. Now, there's another thing, of course, we keep hearing about inflation, and prices are going up at the grocery store, and that we need to bring those down. Inflation is the lowest rate since 2021, and we have the fastest recovering economy in the world. Las Vegas area went from 35% unemployment, now 5%, so we have come back. But when you go shopping, you find that it's very expensive to buy groceries and gas, but we're tied to California. There's not much we can do there, but certainly we need to address groceries and what they call shrinkflation. Some of you may have noticed this, you know, go buy a bag of potato chips and costs more and you get fewer chips in the bag. My best example of that is Oreos. Everybody likes Oreos, right? Well, used to be an Oreo had a good bit of cream in the middle. Well, now you go and you have to buy double stuffed Oreos to get the amount of cream you used to get in a regular Oreo. And if you've seen the commercial, they're now selling thin Oreos as though that's a bonus and charging you more. Who the hell wants a skinny Oreo? I mean, really, this is corporate greed at its worst. So we've got to address that and be sure that you can still make a profit, but you don't have to do it all on the backs of families and children who want to eat Oreos. So that's kind of what our challenges are. But I can tell you that this election is going to be critical, and if you don't get out to vote, you'll just be a victim. I've said all the many years I've been in politics, this is the most important election of your lifetime. And it always is for one reason or another. But this is the most consequential election of a lifetime. You could just see it if any of you watched that debate the other night, kind of what is at stake. So I'm so glad y'all are doing this. I thank you for your effort to be engaged, to get other people engaged, take your neighbor, take your friend, take your Sunday school teacher, to get out the vote, because that's critical. And in Nevada, we've always had kind of low voter turnout because they think we're a transient community, but we always pull it out in the end. We know how to do it, so we've just got to do it one more time. So thank you very much for letting me stop by and for your attention. Thank you. Yes, sir? We could take some pictures if y'all have time.
Questions, I heard on the news this morning, Trump's coming, where's he going?
I think he's coming here, isn't he? Is he coming? World Market, so he's coming back here. You know, they used to have Nevada in their column, but they know that's not true anymore, so they're coming back.
Inviting the tribes over there?
Oh, I don't know. Any of y'all plan on going over and spend the evening with Trump?
Right, if we go out, then we all have a picture. First, please.
Well, thank you.
Right by the email this time. Since you have horses.
Thank you. I'll send all of these.
You know,
All right, we have one more business item for Coalition Large Tribes, but I think this information is really going to interest all the tribes. Colt has been working with the Department of Treasury for quite a while now, and we had our final meeting this morning. And so I'm asked Jennifer Whittle, our Colt counsel, to come up and give you an overview of what's going on, and I think it's going to be announced this afternoon. So, Jennifer?
Thank you, OJ, and good morning, everyone. It actually has been announced. It was published by the Department of the Treasury today, which is really exciting. It's their new guidance on the tribal general welfare regulations. In 2014, Congress had passed the Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act, which set up a mechanism so that tribes could share monies with tribal members without that money being taxable. This act is really important to tribes with significant gaming revenues, particularly, but it became really important to all tribes in the pandemic when tribes were distributing pandemic relief and trying to make sure that those dollars went as far as possible. Treasury has engaged in a series of consultations, and we're now 10 years past when Congress enacted the act, but they finally have promulgated today their proposed regulations, and they followed very closely the recommendations that the Coalition of Large Tribes had submitted and that the Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee, or TTAC, had submitted. And special shout out to Oglala Sioux Tribe Councilwoman Cora Whitehorse, who's a member of the TTAC, who really led on these issues over the course of the last 2 years during really intensive negotiations around these regulations. The regulations that they announced today, they're proposed, so they're going to be published in the Federal Register next Tuesday, September 17th. But these proposed regulations are really the best that Indian country could have hoped for. They include really broad deference to tribal decision-making. So there's no review by the federal government as to whether the standards are appropriate or not. It's up to tribes to determine how they distribute to their members, or also to descendants, to surviving spouses. These are tribal decisions, how family is defined, not the federal government's decisions. There's a really broad definition of eligible individuals, and again, that defers to tribal sovereign determinations. You can use any revenue for tribal general welfare. There's not a need requirement. Again, very important to a lot of gaming tribes in particular. There's an allowance for uniform payments, and there's a maintenance of the audit suspension. You may recall that during the 10 years it has taken Treasury to promulgate these regulations, there's been a suspension of audits, but once a final rule is enacted, then audits will again take place by the Department of the Treasury. Really key provisions, there's recognition of tribal law. There's also delegation, so tribes can delegate to expert tribal entities, to economic development corporations or social services entities that the tribes establish, to really stand up the general welfare exclusion program, to write the regs, to assist in compliance, to provide guidance to the tribal council to do that in an expert way. And it doesn't even have to be in writing. If a tribe's law doesn't require formal actions to be in writing, then the program doesn't have to be in writing. Again, really important deference to how a tribe wants to proceed with spending and allocating the tribe's money. There's extreme deference to tribes and what it means to promote general welfare. They've eliminated really their previous restriction on lavish or extravagant and said, really, again, it's up to tribes to determine what is appropriate. And it also eliminates the previous agency interpretation around restrictions on benefits for services. Treasury and IRS had taken a dim view of particularly payments for ceremonial or cultural services and honorariums. And that's been eliminated in these new proposed regulations. So now medicine men can be paid appropriately by the tribe. It's a really big deal to have that happening. There's going to be a series of tribal consultations in November. There's an official Dear Tribal Leader letter that's going out today. But these are really exciting regulations to have. It's going to provide a lot more certainty for tribes as you try to distribute certainly any remaining pandemic relief monies or future monies, and of course economic development monies as well. And we think Treasury is also just getting started. We expect in the next few weeks they'll make an additional announcement about guidance on the tax treatment of wholly owned tribal corporations, which would immediately benefit all tribes. It'll create certainty to say that those wholly owned tribal corporations are not subject to tax, just like the tribal government itself, which will make it much easier for tribes to access credit with banks and other financial institutions. It means you'll have to spend comparatively much less time negotiating economic development agreements because the rules are clear, and you'll just have generally less need to kind of over-lawyer everything in order to satisfy financial institutions that your tribal entity is not taxable. So we're really excited that that's coming out. It'll be an immediate benefit, and it'll, I think, be a 180-degree turn from where the IRS has been historically. So we talked about that this morning. Chief Lynn Malerba, who's the Treasurer of the United States and a citizen of the Mohegan Tribe in Connecticut, had an advance session which COLT Chairman Marvin Weatherwax participated in, and we just shared the gratitude that we have for the entire Treasury Native Affairs team, which has really gone out of their way to give tribes access and inclusion at Treasury that we've never had before. They're not done yet. They've got a lot more coming. Treasurer Malerba is going to join us for the candidate forum in Milwaukee, and hopefully we'll have another excitingly timed announcement then. But this is really good stuff. I'm happy to answer any questions, but the good news is clarity is coming from Treasury.
We have agenda just to make sure that I don't follow it. We have some people that have to actually leave right away. Brett, who? Sylvia? I know that song, Sylvia, my mother said. No. And sir, we will actually do the interview right after Sylvia, because she's got to go threaten people to vote. No, come on up.
I try to threaten people, but I'm not very scary. So, Losem Chanaru and Nampo Sylvia Rondo. My name is Sylvia Rondo. May the Creator bless you today. I'm Yaki Pascal, but I have lived in Nevada my whole entire life, and it is my home. I also talk very softly. Here I have Hillary Bennett. She also is with Assemblywoman Danielle Moreno. So if you have any hard-hitting questions, she's here to help me. So quickly, I just want to say thank you so much for allowing us to be here. I am the Northern Nevada Regional Director of Tribal Outreach for the Democratic Party, and Assemblywoman Danielle DMM. She was unable to make it, and so she sent me in her stead. I recently spent a lot of time with her when we went to all 17 counties, including going and meeting with some tribal leadership. I think the main thing that we wanted to talk about is just the presence that we've had in Nevada in the community. So I personally have traveled 10,000 miles, bouncing around Nevada, going out to different tribes. As far as they are, even if it's 8 hours, I will go there and I will spend time in the community. I've been following the Powwow Trail to make sure that we aren't just, having a vendor booth and leaving, because it's really important that we show a presence in the community. So I do work on the Harris campaign, used to be Biden campaign, and it's important that when we are in the community that we have a presence. And so instead of coming in with a big, the TV camera and trying to be flashy and show oh, hey, here we're in the community. I really feel that my role is, a democratic role, is to actually be in the community, to have conversations, to explain, why, voting of course is so important, but also just to explain why a Democratic Party may be the best choice. And so I've had a lot of really hard conversations, but I've also had a lot of really good conversations. And one thing that's nice, of course, about Indian country is that it's so small. So there's been times that I've been in McDermott and I told someone yeah, I'm gonna be at the next thing, and they're like, oh sure, you're not coming out here. And then I show up, and not only am I there for the duration of the event, but I make sure to stay and to be in the community. And one of the roles that we've had is also doing voter protection. So I know Gabriel will be here with the state later, but part of the voter protection is just really making sure that Teresa Melendez and I from the Rosen Party had went out to a lot of the different tribes. We went in person to have that conversation about the importance of submitting the paperwork for polling locations, and we were able to help establish 3 new polling locations. And previously, they never had the opportunity to have the polling locations because no one explained the process, or they just got the drop-off box and it was easy to do. But we're not playing that anymore. We're not going to take the bare minimum. We're going to take what is ours. We're not asking, we're telling. And that's one thing that's really important. There's so much stuff I could say, but so I think one of the things that I do feel very proud of course, the campaign, is because they have made a true effort. And when I bring up suggestions about how we're not going to try and be flashy in the community, but have those intimate relationships, they listen. And they don't fight back and they don't argue, but they pivot and they say, okay, I think having a roundtable discussion or having, is more important than going and having a big news meeting. So, I know I'm forgetting so many things, but do you have any questions that you would like to ask, in regards to the campaign, in regards to the Democratic Party? Before I say that, I do want to mention that so growing up in Carson City is where legislation. So when you're a little girl, you see the big buildings and people going in and out, and it goes over your head. But I was able to work for the state of Nevada for 13 years, and there was times that I was in a room and I heard Native voices not being heard, and there was no Native representation. And that really, I remember, bothered me, because of course, when we see a race graph, the first thing we do is look to see if, we have a representation. But in this role, I have met a lot of people like Congresswoman Titus, and they truly are allies. We have allies within the Democratic Party that truly care about us, like Natha Anderson, who helped with the Oahe School, and then also, even Danielle Moreno helped pass the Oahe bill for the school up there. But this last legislation, there was 9 impact bills that directly affected the Native Americans in Nevada. And the reasons those were able to get passed and to go through legislation is because we had allies in those positions. And so when we vote in people who care about us and people who show up for us and people who will stop and who will listen to us, we win. And so when Natives vote, Natives win. And so it's really important that, of course, we're here to talk about voting, and I am, a little bit biased, I'll admit, towards the Democratic Party, but I try to make sure that we do things in a good way. And the way we've been reaching out to Nevada tribes, I really have tried to do it in a good way and make sure that we aren't parachuting in and parachuting out, because we have to live here after the campaign leaves. We have to be here. We need to be safe in our communities after the campaign leaves. And we really have tried to do that while informing about, the real threat of what could possibly happen on Election Day. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Is Nevada a red state?
So Nevada is a bit purple, it's blue right now.
Very purple.
Very purple. Yes. And I've been out in like the rurals, and the only people who have ever threatened me or been rude to me are cowboys. I've never had any negative experiences being out, of course, with like on the reses and the colonies. It's always been a lot of fun. So.
Then how does the tribes all, they vote with their counties, or how's the regions or zones, or how's that work?
So it's by county, and so, yeah, by county. Mm-hmm.
It's pretty tough, that's how it is in Idaho.
Yes.
You know, you get dinner. Paulette Jordan was running for governor. We beat her in southeastern Idaho, we beat her, and we had a lot of hosts, we got western Idaho. She got worked by the rednecks, oops, I didn't say that. By the Republicans.
Yes. Earlier, OJ had mentioned that there are more Native people in Nevada than, they need to win Nevada. And so I really think that, we have the power to be able to pick whoever we want to choose. We have the power to, to really change the course of how Nevada, is ran. But we'd have to show up. We have to have our voices be heard. We have to be in the room, in representation. And it's also very important that they're not just checking a box and saying oh, I called the tribal office, I didn't get a hold of anybody. That's not an excuse anymore. We need to make sure that we are talking to people and that we are actually having those conversations face to face. Because we're not gonna go, people don't have internet. No one's gonna show up to a Zoom meeting anymore, but yes.
I got one question, what about the felons can't vote?
No, they can. So since 2019, felons can vote, which I think is a wonderful thing. They've already served their time. They've already done what they need to do. So felons can vote. I'm really hoping that when Gabriel from Secretary of State is here to brings up the EASE program, because there's now also an EASE program, so that when we do have rural tribal members, they can vote from home. And so, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, because you have been on the powwow
I
trail
have.
and talking with tribal members, what are their concerns, or what have you heard from them about registering or?
I think I've heard a variety of things. One thing I hear a lot from some of the elders is I'm just not going to vote. And that always makes me want to try even harder, because we're in a moment in time that we're not voting for ourselves, we're voting for our future generations. Because right now, we are our future ancestors, to our future generations. So the main thing I think is not thinking that their vote counts. And like I had said before, it really does. And there is fear. We could be, transparent and candid about the fear of, am I allowed to say Trumpsters? But, so we can be transparent about the fear of the Republican Party. And so they won't have yard signs, and that's okay. And we have that conversation about you can vote and not have to worry about having yard signs. Something else I have heard a lot about is just wanting to know, what have they done for us? And so that's when I usually have a paper. On the front of the paper has the 9 impact bills that were directly for Nevada, that, shows that, there's bills that were directly impacted the Nevada tribes. And then behind it was an 81-page document, but I'm not gonna give people 81-page documents, especially not at a powwow. And so I condensed it. And so I can say, here's a condensed thing showing what's been done for Indian country, and so across the nation. And so that has always really helped, because I'll say, hey, read this, come back, ask me questions. And a lot of times they do. And I'm always very neutral, so I'll never argue with anybody. So I always try to be very neutral and just explain, Head Start is in real danger. Nuclear testing is in real danger of coming back, things like that. I won't get too much into Project 2025, but I do greatly recommend that you look into it. It's actually one of the reasons why I got into this. And I guess I could quickly tell you why. So I was working at the Attorney General's office, and I read Project 2025. I had heard about the campaign and them needing someone to be in the tribal role, and of course I thought about it, and I thought, nah, I have my office, my fancy office. But then I read Project 2025, and at first I thought it wasn't real. I thought that it was just something that was like, this isn't real, like, there's no way. And then I had realized that it was. And so I thought, I have a choice. I can sit here and do nothing and be upset and complain and be afraid in my office, or I can get out and make sure that people learn about it, that the Native vote is heard, that Native voices are heard. And I really believed in myself that I would be able to be an ally. Also, my son is Two-Spirit, and so if everything goes the other way, he would not be able to get married, he would not be able to have children, and if things got too crazy, not even buy a home. And so I also want to fight for him and fight for, our boys and our girls and our Two-Spirit people who are in real danger as well. So.
One more comment real quick. Thank you for all that, but I think maybe Cole, I'm not sure if everybody has a tribal lightly as well, like yourselves, or where your title is, but Idaho, I don't know if we have one. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of it, but maybe old Cole members should get something, because in Idaho, we're a public watch 80 state. I don't know if you're familiar with that. They have concurrent jurisdiction over 7 laws, and they use the money. It comes from the federal government, then it comes to Idaho, and then it's supposed to be, it was supposed to be like a termination deal. And they forced it on tribes, and we opposed it, and it was forced on us in 1963. We've been trying to get rid of it all these years, and it hasn't gone any very far. But in 2010, during the census, we were looking at this guy from Uintah showed us a laptop like this, and said, look at all these things, all that money that's going to the states that you guys are not getting $8 million. And it was statistics. They use us as statistics, and then they promise and they get that money, and somehow they'll come to us. And I try to bring that up every time I go to NCI 18-9 and over. We did a resolution, and every time, that one time I was bringing it up, and those guys walked out. We got to catch a plane, NCI. So I'm not sure if you guys could look into that, or maybe Cole could look into that. And, maybe that could be an incentive to have Native vote, because if they're counting us, I don't know, maybe that money can come toward us to help us with all these funding that people were talking about. Lady, that was it, here, the Congress lady. How do you say her name? Anyway.
Titus.
Yeah, so we need there's a lot of things going on there because of funding issues, and maybe just something you guys can think about. Maybe, I don't know about Idaho, so I don't even know about it, so maybe we need some help in Idaho as well. Even though we don't probably won't make a dent, but at least we get people to vote and some nuppy, as we call it, money from the government when they're ripping us off.
Yes. I have so many comments, I'm not allowed to comment on that, but no, but I agree. So right now, there's only 4 people in my position in all 50 states, and that's, since we are a battleground state, and Nevada is, like, Nevada, it can come down to Nevada winning or losing the election. So that's one reason why they have this position, is because the 28 tribes are so important and can really make the difference in winning or losing the election.
I'm just learning about our directions. Is, there's a unified voice around voting, that all tribes can get behind. I'm wondering, with your work in the communities, with the tribes, in unifying things that can bring tribes within the states together, because oftentimes they're really talking about resources.
So one thing that's really interesting and hard for my position is I have to be very careful of nonprofits and C4s because I don't want to do any harm to them. But I can say, I feel extremely happy, like ITCN is amazing. Of course, for Directors Raising, the Native Vote Alliance is amazing. So there are different completely Native Vote organizations that are doing very wonderful things in the community. And so I try to be very careful. Like, for example, if I see that they're there at an event, I don't come in. They're good, they're taken care of. And so I'll go out to more of a rural area where they might not have the resources to go out there. So I try to be very careful not to encroach on what they're doing with like the campaign. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One more final comment. Last time was at New Orleans, it was unfortunate that tribes kind of got invited. Some tribes were saying treaty tribes and recognized tribes, prior to 1934, like the Taylor deal, it was called. And that's what they want to stay recognized tribes, be part of something, to vote NCI, whatever. And that might be something here that's getting hurt too, because they have a lot of state recognized tribes that want to use our prayer ceremonial ways. Causes an issue. So at the same time, we're fighting ourselves, and unfortunately, some of those tribes were hiding or were hidden. They want to be caught by the Indians, so they have treaties, and they finally got found later. But it's unfortunate when that keeps happening. That's another issue. How do we get them? We're in the division. We're similar, not a large scale like how Trump caused it. Similar, we're still divided here and there. Even in our own reservations, we're divided over things. So that's you don't have to answer it.
I just want to say, like, voting and having people like yourself use your voice, get out into the community and explain that. But I want to say that I do have the utmost faith, and as a Native community, Native people, like, we have the ability to make a real difference in this country. We just have to use our voices, and one way to do that is to vote. So, thank you.
I'm actually going to try to get back on schedule, but I want to tell you, first of all, we're nonpartisan. I want you to know we have contacted the Republican campaign office, offered to have them show up, and they haven't responded and haven't showed up. We've also done the same thing with candidates. So we have anybody that made it into the general election, we have invited to talk to tribal leaders. And so who is coming here or who actually believes that you're important. And so I realize that you're important. And just let you know, we consider Nevada the golden standard state as far as it comes to voting. It took a while, took a few lawsuits, but once we were able to get good rulings in the court, and you'll hear about this more in some forums, but once we were able to get this, it was the Nevada state legislatures that codified the ruling. They made it so that any tribe, and there's 28 tribes in Nevada, can request a satellite office on their reservation. And so, I mean, and there's, like Bethany will talk about later, there are some problems, but it's problems that we can deal with, and that this state has really responded positively to all the Nevada tribes. So for that, tell the legislature, I told you the other night, but thank you. See, we're gonna get back on track. I'm gonna turn it over to you. And, I really want to apologize to Professor here. He showed up for his panel at 10, and it's like 12. Welcome to Indian time. But we really wanted to hear about what you had to say, because it's really important as far as natural resources, because actually 85% of natural resources in this country are in Indian lands. So we really have to learn about what's going on. The professor's going to be interviewed by Lucia, and here I am talking. Go ahead, Lucia.
2 hours late, that means we're just on time. So, kamadat venti vinyip khamul Lucia Ortega, mapipanyan yu minyats nyahaps kamans kotan, nip shramul nahar. My name is Licia Ortega. I'm from the Kutzon people born for the Turtle Clan. I'm so happy to be here. I'm the Vice President of Thunderbird Strategic, and I'm also serving my third term as legislator of the Fort Yuma Kuchan Indian Tribe. Next year, I'll be earning my certificate, so hopefully I'm serving in the judicial branch instead as a judge pro tem. So I'm excited to be here, excited to serve alongside Four Directions. Me and the president of Thunderbird Strategic started supporting Four Directions back in 2019 when they first hosted their presidential forums. We hosted our second presidential forum ever in the history of the US here in Nevada, so wanted to acknowledge the tribal nations for allowing us to be guests on your land today. And I also wanted to bring up Professor Birdsall and Chairman Wadsworth. Yeah, right over here. So today I have the privilege of moderating a conversation with Chairman Stephen Wadsworth of the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribal Nation and Professor Brett Birdsong of the UNLV Boyd School of Law. Both of my guests have been working to ensure that Nevada's natural resource protection is front and center as an important issue to tribal nations. So today our discussion will cover the top issues in Nevada natural resources and a top issue of mining in Indian country. So before we get started, I'd like to pass the mic over to our guests here to introduce themselves. We'll start with the chairman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Stephen Wadsworth, Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. I got roped into doing this last night. I regret going. Thank you for having me. Pyramid Lake has been on the forefront of natural resources. So we've been on the forefront of natural resources for what feels like our inception. It doesn't even just tie into what's on the reservation, because as we all know, and people seem to forget, is that, it's not just the borders around the reservation, it is everything tied to the land. Thank you.
My name is Brett Birdsong. I am a professor of law here at the Boyd School of Law. I'm so happy to welcome all of you to our law school, and also to just shout out to the work of our Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Center. The work that Professor Finn and Stephen are doing is really fantastic, and we're very grateful, our law school, to the San Manuel tribe for the grant that made that center possible, and to enhance our work to help Indian nations. My background is really in public lands and water law and natural resources. So I'm kind of the natural resources guy on the faculty here, and I focus primarily on trying to understand the trade-offs and the ways in which we can develop natural resources without sacrificing our conservation and the species and ecosystems on which we all depend in a great amount. I've had really great privilege over the years to step out of academia and to work in government, and one of the things I had the great privilege to do was to serve as a deputy solicitor at the Interior Department during the second term of the Obama administration. There I was a deputy solicitor. I was very proud to work for a Native woman who was the solicitor, the top lawyer in the Interior Department, Hillary Tompkins, who is Navajo. In doing that, I worked on a lot of conservation issues around the West. Many of them, of course, were not on what we call Indian lands. They weren't in Indian country, but they contain resources that are important to all people, and especially to Native people. And so I'm happy to just share some of my insight and expertise along with Chairman Wadsworth.
Thank you both so much. And yes, I did rope in Chairman Wadsworth last night. I think I caught him off guard, but this will be natural to him to speak about. Last night, a lot of our discussion was centered around the mining issues that are happening here in Nevada, and some of these issues are pretty pervasive throughout Indian country. We know that although this administration has been very kind to Indian country, some of their agenda, including the clean energy agenda and electric vehicle agenda, has really created issues of mining, and the resources are coming from Indian lands. And so that's something to make sure that is of utmost importance on addressing those particular issues. So I want to make sure that we touch on that today, and I think I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off because it's the afternoon and people need to wake up anyway. So last night, some of the engaging conversation we were having is about water resources as it pertains to mining. So Chairman, do you want to say more about, just about that critical resource, Nevada's need of protecting that resource?
Yeah, I mean, for those of you that aren't from Nevada, we're the driest state in the union. And just to touch on, the lithium mining, that's our most precious resource. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. And yet, trying to combat climate change, think of the lithium, it's like you can't get something for free. And unfortunately, what's going to have to happen is they're going to be drying up these areas because you need the water to mine. And you're going to be pulling resources away from neighboring tribes. And as everybody here knows, that's never okay.
Yeah, and one of the things that in working closely with the San Carlos Apache Nation with the Oak Flat issue was that one of our talking points was science and data-based, and it was the town next door is a town of 60,000 people, and the amount of water that would be used to mine in that particular area would be the same amount of water that entire the use of the entire town would be. And so if you want to just quantify how much water and how much of that natural resource is actually extracted to make sure that mines can exist, that's the quantification that we're dealing with here. And so we heard our Congresswoman earlier talk about Avicuime. Avicuime is Spirit Mountain. It is my tribal nation, Spirit Mountain, alongside California and Arizona tribal nations. But it's along a corridor of trail systems where we would migrate up and down the Needles corridor all the way down to the Baja. So right now there are a couple of other national monument campaigns, Chuckawalla, that's in front of the Biden administration right now, and we're really calling for an executive order to be signed, as well as the Quezon National Monument Campaign. And one of the things that we're running into is that we're having to justify those natural resources that are there and, really talk about those things. So were you involved at all in any type of the Avicuime?
I was not deeply involved in Avicuime. When I did work in the administration, in the Obama administration, I did provide some legal support for a number of different national monuments, including in the very early days when Bears Ears was starting to be talked about. I think one thing that's really important, and it's a really important trend in the national monument designation game, right, which is the president exercising authority under the Antiquities Act to set aside these lands that have objects of historic and scientific importance and protecting the land around those for the purpose of proper management and care of those objects. The idea of an object can be a culturally significant landscape. The Grand Canyon, what we now know of Grand Canyon National Park, was originally Grand Canyon National Monument because the Grand Canyon, the landscape of the Grand Canyon, was an object of importance. One of the really important things is the movement that started with Bears Ears to make Native voices and Native co-management an important aspect of national monuments. And I think that's something that we saw extended with Baj Nuavjo Ita Kuveni National Monument, ancient footsteps of the Grand Canyon, or I guess ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon. which reserve more lands around Grand Canyon National Park and on the Colorado Plateau that are very significant to a number of tribal nations, Havasupai, Hualapai, and others. And like Bears Ears, that national monument designated by President Biden, in this case, provides for a special role and a special mechanism to make sure that Native voices and tribal sovereignty has some extension into the choice of management on lands that we don't call Indian lands, lands that are public lands. And I think that's a really important thing. I would hope to see that continue under future administrations. What we saw with President Trump is that he actually shrunk Bears Ears or tried to drastically, and that was also then reinstated by President Biden.
Yeah, that's really important. That was a major joint secretarial resolution between the USDA and within the Department of the Interior. So we had a really great co-management, co-stewardship secretarial order that helps tribes have more say in the lands that are public lands. So turning back to mining, there's multi-layers to how tribes are affected, natural resources are affected by mining. And I know that last night when we were talking about a variety of issues, including cleanup and restoration. So do you want to, Chairman, do you want to say more about some of the needs that you're seeing within your nation or just Nevada tribes?
Yeah, you'd mentioned earlier about how much water it takes, 16,000 people, because we dealt with that a couple of years ago. We have a gravel pit on our reservation, and they started wet mining and started draining our aquifer. And of course, they fought and said that no, their actions weren't draining the aquifer because it was too far away from our well. And, it's being stewards of the land and being there forever, we just kind of inherently know these things. You can't really quantify it. It was like your actions are taking the water, so we, of course, put up a monitoring wells all around the area, and we put a meter on what they were doing, and lo and behold, when they stopped, our aquifer started raising again after they fought tooth and nail saying, no, our actions are not impacting your community wells. We actually just in July decided not to renew that gravel lease, so there's no more mining at Pyramid Lake right now. Thanks. But that doesn't mean there can't be more that's done, because the reclamation plan that they're doing, they are attempting to fix what they can, which there's certain areas that we're already projecting could take them 5+ years to fix. That's what we're thinking and what they're thinking, because they didn't mine correct. When you start getting into the nitty-gritty, when you mine, you're supposed to be doing like a 3-to-1 slope for the area so that the walls, if it fills up with water, isn't in fear of breach. In this case, they didn't do that. It was straight up and down, so now it's in fear of breach and they have to repair it. Some of the other things in the reclamation plan is they still have to address some of their EPA fines that they have to deal with. Unfortunately, the EPA fines are limited to how much EPA can fine somebody that's not doing mining practices. In our case, with that company, if the law wasn't there for the maximum amount of fines, it would have been upwards of $800 million they would have been fined. But it's nowhere near that amount. But it is just a steady work in progress, and it takes years.
Yeah, can we talk about that from the legal perspective in terms of oversight and accountability when it comes to holding, federal agencies and even mining corporations and other extractive industry accountable for, the land that they're working in?
I think one of the first things in accountability is information. And you mentioned you did a monitoring well, and you could then determine how was the mining operation affecting the aquifer. that's pretty sophisticated stuff. Not all tribes, not all environmental groups, not all rural communities have the resources to figure out how to find a hydrologist with expertise to come out there and do the monitoring well. And so, you know, we're looking at a mining boom around Nevada because of the energy transition, right? We know we have to get off of fossil fuels and move toward electrification. In order to move toward electrification, we're going to have to devote something like 3 times the amount of land that we already have to transmission and to renewable energy development. We're looking at maybe 100 or so different potential lithium mining sites. And those, we don't know which ones might actually get legs and investors and move toward development. But in order to be out in front of it, what we need to make sure is that tribal nations have resources to hire the hydrologists and the other experts so that they can participate in these processes in an informed way and not just sometimes in a, I think it was mentioned, a check-the-box kind of consultation, in a real informed government-to-government consultation way. And I think, so in terms of the election, one of the things to do is to look at what kinds of resources in general are being made available to tribal nations and to indigenous people in order to build the expertise that's actually really required to participate and to make an effective case about how these things work in the permitting process.
Thank you for that. The common theme that I heard across what you were saying was tribal consultation. So in the state of Nevada specifically, how have you all observed that tribal consultation is going?
I'll leave it to you because you probably have either been consulted or not consulted, as the case might be.
It comes to a greater picture of if we're talking local or if we are talking federal. You know, BIA. Let's be real. It's horrible. The consultation usually doesn't exist. We most recently were told just a few months back that we would have to pay for our detention services with, you know, taking people to jail and keeping them in jail if they were sentenced, that we would have to pay for that. They gave us 35 days notice and there was no consultation whatsoever. Versus if anybody here in Nevada has read in the news about the Truckee River Flood Management Authority out of Reno, we had to get involved because they were doing flood mitigation projects. And if you know anything about a little bit of hydrology, what you do upstream severely impacts what you do downstream. And they didn't consult with the tribes in the beginning, but you know, our water team, our lawyers, our engineers got a hold of them, and we got included finally in the discussions. And we were able to reach a $17 million deal so that we could do our own flood management impacts on the reservation.
Thank you for that. Professor, from your perspective in Nevada, what do you think that would be some standards that the state needs to have in terms of good tribal consultation?
Well, I think standards can help. Money helps too, because a lot of it is why don't sometimes they get a response when they put in a phone call or send a letter to a tribal government? Well, because maybe that tribal government has got 30 or 40 of other things that they're dealing with, and that tribal government might only have one person or a person half-time working on those sorts of things. That's a resources issue, right? Effective consultation can only happen if there's effective resources that support the consultation. And so, so if I were advocating for something in addition to the legal requirement to do the consultation, there usually is a legal requirement to do the consultation. And the problem is that the consultation isn't quality consultation. And it can only be quality consultation with resources going to Indian country to help engage in a meaningful way in that consultation.
I want to follow up with our story for the Turfman project. They were upset with us that we weren't responding in enough time quickly. And we straight up told them, it's like, we don't have the resources for this. If you want us to respond faster, you need to pay for our lawyers and engineering team. And they agreed to do that. Yeah.
Wow, that is interesting because the relationship between states and tribes, it's not there, it's with the federal government where these resources should be flowing from to the tribes to be able to have the capacity to do that. So are you thinking that this is more federal advocacy to codify stronger tribal consultation?
Well, I mean, there has been a lot of good effort by the Biden administration to improve consultation. I am not in the trenches these days enough to know whether that is yet to show any fruit in terms of the quality. But, you know, it helps to have Deb Haaland as Secretary of the Interior. It helps to have Native people working in roles that are not just about Native issues, but are about all issues, because that helps, I think, bring awareness to those issues. And so I know the Biden administration has been working to make good strides and to try and improve it. I think, you know, groundwater moves very slowly and might take years to see the effects of something, and maybe government change is a little bit like groundwater. They make a new policy, but it might be years until we see that playing out in a meaningful way.
Thank you for that. Speaking of, you know, federal legislation, a lot of the conversation we had last night with tribal leaders was regarding the Mining Act. So is there some there with updating the Mining Act or doing some sort of unified advocacy across the board? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Mining Act of 1872 has been around since 1872, and it's barely been changed a bit. And so I actually am, as much as I believe that it should be updated because we don't live in 1872 anymore, I am not particularly optimistic about the prospects for mining law reform. And I think that just presents a lot of issues. So, you know, there's always a lot of legal wrangling around sometimes, you know, big issues within the mining law, sometimes around particular mining sites. I think one of the things when we're looking at the energy transition, right, the need for more electric renewable generation, the need for more transmission to get that electricity to the places where it's used. The Bureau of Land Management has a lot of discretion right now to figure out where are those transmission lines going to go, where are the geothermal or the solar facilities going to go. But the mining law carves hard rock mines out of that. And lithium is a hard rock mineral under the hard rock, you know, under the mining law of 1872. And unfortunately, there are just not a lot of good tools, because in 1872, the view was of Congress, let's let the miners go where the minerals are, and then they can get a property right and move forward with a mine. The BLM can't tell them go there or don't go there. That's why these things like national monuments, where the president sets aside large areas of land and says, we're going to withdraw that from mining or from the siting of transmission, are so important, these large land designations. And I'm glad to see that the Biden administration has been picking up some of these tribal proposals and moving forward with them. I hope he moves forward with Baswabi National Monument up in eastern Nevada as well.
Thank you for that advocacy. Yes, you heard it here. So some accountability that we need, our Native voters, especially in Nevada, to know what we're asking. Our vote needs to be earned. It can't be given away. And here are some of the things that we want to get some commitments from the next president of the United States and also our local political officials. So thank you both for your time today. Do you have anything that you would like to say, any closing words or anything else that you want people to be thinking about?
You know, I think we live in an interesting time. Change is hard. Change is hard for everybody. Growing up is hard, and the country's had to do a lot of growing up in the last couple of years. But I think for Native people, it's even more important because hardly anybody knows we exist. It's not something that's taught in schools, you know, other than what, Wounded Knee and French and Indian War, and that's pretty much where it stops. But with the communication that's out there, the internet, it is our time to get everything out there. I worked with Sylvia during our powwow to bring Secretary of the Interior Deb Haaland out there, and some of the questions that she was relaying to me were, you know, kind of funny, because one of the security questions was, can we get a list of people going to the powwow? Exactly, you know, because they don't understand us, but we have the means now to get it out there so that people are aware of us.
Well, I think the most important thing that's been said today, right, is that the number of Native votes in Nevada, and it's probably not just Nevada, is possibly the difference in terms of who's getting elected to various offices. You know, the Senate, the power to appoint people is a huge power that the president has. And the president can only do that if the Senate really is of the same party. Well, there's a very close Senate race in Montana. We might think of Montana as a red state, but I'd be willing to bet that the Native vote in Montana might be the number of votes between whether John Tester gets reelected or whether he gets elected. That could be whether the Senate is Democratic or Republican. So I just think that activating Native voters, whatever are the actual substantive issues that are motivating folks, whether it's economic issues or natural resources issues or something else, is really important, and it's a great moment for Native people to really play the key role in the elections.
Thank you so much. That is such a powerful word, and I agree. And thank you both for joining me today. And thank you all for listening. We heard that tribal consultation is incredibly important as we think about this state's natural resources concerns. We've heard that Native people running for office is such a key thing that we also need to do. We need to fill 16,000 seats to experience equity in these political systems throughout what is called the United States. And so as many of your relatives and your colleagues and your peers and your friends that you can encourage to run for office, Advanced Native Political Leadership Program has an incredible training program, and I encourage you to learn more. So thank you again. I'm Licia Ortega. Iwa Achot.
Thank you.
Oh, of course.
Is it okay if we ask you? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, I need to interrupt everybody, but I don't know that agenda, but I'm tired of Kindle, Shoshone Valley Tribe Chairman. We're having issues there as well, you know, none of these states existed, I said that earlier. Canada and the 1872 mining laws really tearing us up. But I think as COPE, we should something, because we had in our region 10, we had the regional administrator. And they tried to come in, been on the council since 2005, different administrations came in, and we have 17 Superfund sites in our area, and we're a treaty tribe, we have off-reservation rights on the federal lands, and they're destroying everything. There's the main mining deal is the ore over there, phosphate mining, and they have Superfund sites, and they shut down this one called FMC, and they covered it up. They had furnaces, and they just dumped into there since 1948, 49, and they took ore from our reservation, left big sidewall, high walls, real huge. They don't even reclaim them and things like that, and they don't remedy them, and so they just give them touch-ups. And then the same thing with everywhere. And then I know a lot of people don't realize the salmon used to run to Nevada. The salmon used to run to her reservation into the Duck Valley. I mean, that's another issue too. And there's so many issues impacting us, and that's part of this Earth Pillar of life. Well, I brought this up many times, and then I don't get nowhere. You know, there's also the states, the IDEQ they call it, environmental equality. They kind of run with the state because the J.R. Simplot's the biggest mining company in Idaho, the billionaire giants conglomerate, and they have the tallest building in Boise, Idaho. And then all these individuals, so it's money. They utilize all these people to help them. A lot of people are invested in that. And they're trying to, there's a mining place up there in the called Perpetual, I think Midas, they changed it to AIM. It's the last of the salmon runs. They got the Endangered Species Act. And then this person, this are fighting it, and Death Valley and others. There's so many issues. But I'd like to see if Colt could come up with some kind of a stance, because we're having the KC Sonny Six Killer son, that football player. He's the regional administrator for Region 10 right now, current. He talked to us, and they're trying to make it look good. They're trying to do a pilot project. And the EPA basically covered that place up. And there's so much toxic waste. And like you said, it's meandering and it's flowing into the groundwater. And we're trying to bring up a hatchery in the springs over there. And there's a Portland River, starts on a reservation, it's all polluted. It goes down into the water and goes into the Snake River. Blackfoot River on this side, all these beautiful lands, but they don't look good that way, it's like a disease. And then it goes to the snake, goes to Columbia, the ocean, retrieving. And it's like disease, poison, it's spreading. And what do? We fight and fight and fight, but we can't do anything because even though we're a treaty tribe, they come over and check you off, and he's coming over Wednesday. And they said they're doing a pilot project. They're gonna push water into where these ponds are, 18 ponds. It's they're old, and they got phosphate and arsenic and every kind of waste igniting, and it's dangerous. You have to wear a monitor. You have to see it and know about it, research it. But that's really a tough situation. You can find it on Google, FMC, how it started. And Simplot on this side, you got litigations going on, but EPA put a interim rod so they won't be sued. And so, but they're still trying to come in and make it look good. Oh, we're a treaty tribe. You gonna be held responsible for this? Magnesium, all kinds of stuff. I don't want to take too much time, but can we as Colt do something and write up some kind of resolution to back us up? And I don't know how to put the language in, but they make them have second opinions because they're coming in and they're bringing their people. They're doing experiments basically, and then they says they can bring it up in foam as PFOS. Here's what that is. And it's going to come on up and it's dangerous. And until it kills humans. But that place, I used to work there. There used to be dead pigeons everywhere. Ducks would come in these ponds and take off, explode air because of the FOS. It hits air. Deer would go in there, drink, and die. It was a real huge place. There was a place called the Calciner, a different kind. And they used to just, before all EPA came in, they used to just dump it into the ground. And then there's layers and layers and layers of FOS and everything. Nobody really knows it. They covered it up, just buried it, trying to make it look good. And EPA allowed them to do that. And then different administrations. And now this other guy's coming in, we're going to do a pilot project because his term's almost up. He's going to be done in December, next administration. So they're trying to make it look like they did something. That's how basically what it is. I got more to say, but can Colt do something?
Yes, sir.
Can we write up and do something and back us up? Because on Wednesday they're coming over. He tried to say we consulted with the chairman, me. There was only 3 council members. That's wrong. Because we had a cyber attack. It was just a phone call. He wrote a letter and said, consultation. The chairman said, yeah. And that's wrong how they're doing this stuff. So that's an example. We're still fighting in our own way. But our own trustee won't back us up. Okay, so I don't know if we can bring in a language. You got smart people in here. Find her up. Go ahead. Come on, Chartiers.
Be my boss.
Yeah, just really quickly, you said that you're not hopeful that we can change the line off, but it sounds like multiple tribes throughout the country are really excited with that particular law to have it amended. Would you? That is not hopeful.
Well, I guess, first of all, I guess changing any law is hard. No law has much of a chance when it's ever funk up by someone and introduced in Congress, right? There are lots of ways to kill a potential law. what would help, right? I mean, I think if mining law reform was going to work, it's not just getting enough votes to do it, but it's actually building some sort of coalition where the mining industry itself comes around to see that moving forward in a different way is going to be in its interest in some way. And so, you know, which doesn't mean they get everything their way. There's lots of stuff about the mining industry today that's different than it was in 1872, and the law doesn't fit it very well for the mining companies either, but they've always made the bargain, well, we'd better off live with an imperfect law than to open the can of worms for changing it. So it could possibly change, but I know it's difficult. They tried, they almost did it in 1994. And it didn't work, and then mining law reform kind of went to sleep for a little while. It's kind of bubbled back up now. But Congress is a very tough institution right now. So I don't mean to be saying, don't try to do it. I've been working with lots of different conservation groups. I think that everyone needs to participate in these conversations and to be thinking about ways to improve the mining law. I would love to see a situation where the lands just weren't open for anyone to go out there and stake a mining claim on something, but where someone had to say, is this a good place to mine? Can we mine there in a way that's safe for the people that live around there and depend on the land? But that's not really part of how the mining law works. It's a common sense idea, but it still takes a lot to get 60 votes in the Senate if we're still going to have a filibuster, and a majority of the House to move that forward. The same type of basic work. I mean, the advantage of the Antiquities Act is you have to get one vote, the vote of the president, who has the authority to make these designations. But political coalition building is really part of all of it. And so the first coalition is to get Native nations together and to think about it, I think.
I'd like to do one follow real quickly.
Hold on, just real quick, because we have a guest coming on in like 5 minutes. The chief, deputy chief of the Secretary of State. You're welcome to continue your conversation with the professor and the chairman, or you can go get lunch so that when the other guy gets here, we can go after him.
Yeah, I'll just take less than 30 seconds. I know in the curriculum, we're in university, we mentioned the curriculum earlier, because I'm down in southwestern Iowa, they murder people with bounties because they found silver and minerals. Same way when they found customer gold and black hills. That's how they did it, and they just keep my life about. And all these things, that should be put in the curriculum, I would say, the history and all these things, the atrocities that took place. And then right now, we have INL over there, Department of Energy, they're building new reactors. That could offset some of these hydropowers with new technology. So that could be something to help save all this. It could bring a balance in life. Yeah. Right there.
Good. Thank you.
Let's give him a hand.
Well, we can work on that in code. I didn't tell you that. Y'all grab something to eat. As soon as the deputy chief gets here, we're going to roll right into there. We're going to give him about a half hour. Maybe we'll get back on schedule. I doubt it, but that's how we roll. Don't be shy. Go grab a box lunch. I'm looking, if you don't have a box in front of you, you're shy. So we're going to start again. I want to also introduce a real dear friend of mine, Stacy Montooth. We started creating trouble way back when. She was with Reno Sparks. And we've been friends since, and she, as usual, when I come to Nevada, she's always there to give a helping hand and point us in the right direction. So Stacy?
Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Stacy Montooth. I'm a citizen of the Walker River Paiute Nation. Who's been to Schurz? Who's going to the Pine Nut Festival? All right, good deal. In addition, I am the director of what we are now calling the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs. Thank you. As of July 1, the state of Nevada legislature, our leadership, they decided that the agency that I lead, our agency that's charged with improving the quality of life for our tribal nations and our urban Indians, it shouldn't be under the purview of tourism. So we are now uncoupled and we are on our own, and we strive every day to help improve the quality of life for, we think, around at least 100,000 Native Americans. Earlier this morning, you probably heard some of our speakers talk about those votes that can really make a difference. I'm not a mathematician. In fact, I'm a degreed journalist, so math people hiss at me. But according to my math, when the Native American votes, when all the voters, if we combined to be one unit, we would have more voters than every county in the state of Nevada, with the exception of Clark County, where we all are now, or the other county with the biggest metropolitan population, Washoe County, where Reno and Sparks are located. That is a pretty powerful voting bloc. I'm here right now to introduce our next speaker, and what a privilege. I've worked for the state for 5 years, and one of the most progressive laws that I believe the state of Nevada has enacted in the last decade is one that requires a tribal liaison in every Nevada department that does work with our tribal nations. So can anybody think of a division, a department in state that doesn't work with tribal nations? There aren't any. So it was a big coup to have that law. And I want to emphasize that our next speaker comes to us from the state secretary, from the office of the state secretary. That is an elected office. It doesn't follow the same rules. It's not in NRS that they have to have a tribal liaison, but our current Secretary of State, with the strong guidance of our next guest, was very adamant that our tribal communities be represented. So I always really feel a strong alliance when people do the right thing, not because the law tells them to, but just because they know it's the right thing. So everybody, can I introduce you to our next speaker? This is Gabriel DeCara, and he is the Chief Deputy for the Secretary of State's office here in Nevada.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, Stacy, for that wonderful introduction. Stacy is indefatigable. She is always, during session, whenever there is an issue that may affect Native communities across the state, she is there making sure that the interests of Native peoples are represented. She is always present in the community. I'm so grateful for Stacy's friendship and the work that she's done in her advocacy, and I'm grateful to be here today with all of you. So, good afternoon. My name is Gabriel DeCara. I have the honor of serving as the Chief Deputy for Nevada Secretary of State Francisco V. Aguilar. In addition to being the Chief Deputy, I do have the honor of serving as the office's tribal liaison. That makes me the individual that tribal governments can always reach out to if they have questions or concerns about our office or any of the functions that our office oversees. And one of those most important duties is overseeing the administration of Nevada's elections. I'm very proud of the work that our office has done to help expand access to the ballot box to tribes and bands across Nevada. First and foremost, I am very excited to share that Secretary Aguilar prioritized hiring a full-time tribal outreach coordinator for our office. He's a young man named Cal Boone. He's a graduate of UNR, and he's an enrolled citizen of the Walker River Paiute tribe. And now he works full-time in the Secretary of State's office to help improve and expand communication between tribal, local, and state governments. Cal works at our office in the Capitol in Carson City. He works right outside the Secretary of State's office, and so unfortunately he could not be here today because I am keeping him hard at work, although he will be accompanying the Secretary to the Pine Nut Festival, which both he and the Secretary are very excited about. In the 2024 presidential election this November, and early voting this October, there will be 18 Election Day polling locations on tribal reservations and colonies, 12 early vote locations, and 8 ballot drop box locations across the state, again, on reservations and colonies. This is in no small part because of the hard work Cal has done helping facilitate the vital government-to-government relationships between tribal leadership and county clerks. These polling locations also would not have been possible without the hard work of many people and organizations both inside and outside of government. That includes organizations like All Voting is Local, Silver State Voices, legislators like State Senator James Orenshaw, tribal leaders like Chairman Martinez of the Walker River Paiute Tribe and Vice Chairman Arnold Thomas of the Duck Valley Paiute Shoshone Tribe, and many more organizations, activists, and Native leaders who worked very hard last legislative session to pass important laws making Native voting rights stronger in Nevada than ever before. One of those laws expanded Nevada's effective absentee system for elections, or EASE. This system was originally developed for members of our armed forces and citizens living overseas who may not be able to vote because they would have a hard time accessing a polling location or having the availability to get a hold of the mail ballot. Now, any Nevada native who lives on a tribal reservation or colony may use the EASE system to register to vote or cast their ballot using a computer with an internet connection, or even being able to register and vote from their phone. And I want to be super clear, although that is very exciting, this is not internet voting. This is not internet voting. This is not voting the same way you would order a pizza. There are very strict security procedures in place. So although you are using your phone to cast a ballot, there are a lot of checks and balances at the clerk's office to make sure that the individual who is casting the vote is an eligible and registered voter. And when that vote is counted, that it was an eligible voter who was casting that vote to make sure that the system cannot be misused. For too long, there have been unfair burdens on Native people who wanted to exercise their fundamental right to vote. The state of Nevada is now moving in the right direction, and I'm proud to work for a Secretary of State who is helping lead that change. I would like to thank very much the Native leaders in this room and across the state who have helped make this change possible. Thank you all for allowing me to share this afternoon with you. I hope you have a wonderful conference. I'm not sure if anyone, I understand there's some time and folks are still finishing their lunch. I don't know if anyone has any questions about any of these bills that were passed or any questions about laws as they relate to the elections in Nevada or the Secretary of State's office. If there is time, I'm happy to take questions. If not, Stacy or Tammy or someone can, Blake, you can drag me off the stage.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
So, there are some tribal leaders that perhaps aren't aware that they have the right statutes as they exist now for a full complement of early voting, that it does not in the community. Why do they have to confirm that, particularly with the councilman from Yamba early vote period for an in-person opportunity on the reservation. Of course, Duckwater is 200 miles, it's both of them are in Nye County, but hundreds of miles in that in-person opportunity that the folks in Tonopah and Rump have that simply aren't available in Yamba, Shoshone, or Duckwater. And wanted to make sure that tribal leaders understood you don't have to accept less than full equality just because the county folks really aren't wild about it, and that we can still help them make a request for that full equality now. It might be a technical thing that gets tripped up, but we need to make that if they are entitled to exactly equal, they don't have to have X number of voters. And as you and I talked, that was the argument that Elko County was making in regard to litigation of the Paiute up in Duck Valley, that the standard was how many voters you had, how much access you had. That's insane in the scheme of things. That's also not what the statutory play after 2022 codification and some of those things was in play. In fact, even Pyramid Lake and Walker River, again, correct me if I'm wrong, Pyramid Lake, Walker River, and Shoshone Paiute and Duck Valley, while they had settlement agreements coming forward in the first two reservations out of 2016 and out of 2022 for Duck Valley, with the changes in the legislature in 2023, those settlement agreements were no longer operated, it's just a full wall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I want to, there's one additional point that I think is really important to clarify. So yes, what the legislative change in 2023, that moved the law from opt-in previously to 2023. Any tribe could request a polling place and be granted that polling place by their county clerk. I think as we saw, there was litigation, including around that bill, right? What we changed in 2023 was we changed that to an opt-out. So instead of the tribe having to request a polling place, the law changed so that the assumption would be every tribe would receive a polling place, a full polling place, unless they chose to opt out of receiving that polling place. And that opt-out must be in writing to the county clerk's office.
So the flip side of it is the counties no longer, tribal leaders no longer have to request it. They have to request to opt out for the early vote period and election day as well.
However, yes, the however is, once a tribe, if they have opted out previously or opted in, what carries forward to the next election is whatever their previous selection was. So if they wanted a ballot drop box during early vote and a full polling location on election day, and then there is no further communication with the clerk, the law says the clerk must assume that what they get for the next election is what they had last time. That means that if they opted out last time, however, the clerk, if they receive no communication, will assume that they will receive no polling location because that was the previous communication that they received. And so I will say, I understand completely that there are obviously a lot of, Nevada is the 7th largest state in the country, right? We know exactly where those geographical burdens are. Our office, we can help. We have provided in previous elections this cycle, when clerks have said, well, we just can't make it work, we don't have the people, we have provided our own staff and sent them to work as poll workers on polling locations on reservations, because not having that location that is required by law is not an option. So, although we have passed the deadline for establishing new polling locations for the general election, we can absolutely talk with any members of tribal leadership for future elections. And if there's something that we can do in the short term to try and make sure that there's no member that cannot vote this election, I thankfully don't have any other meetings for the rest of the day, so I can find some time and sit and meet with whoever.
So again, as a follow-up.
Yes.
This is what for the record, letter would do. There'd be no harm in tribal leaders ask, even now, full complement of things, and they operate in bad faith, are gonna say, hey, we got this little technical thing that we can deny you because you talked to us before. But that statutory scheme is secondary to the Nevada Constitution as a matter of just common sense. The Nevada Constitution is straightforward. It says and there is no case law because it's never been tested in the Nevada Supreme Court. Because the litigation in Duck Valley was settled, it wasn't fully litigated. So what I think I'm hearing you say is they may have been tripped up by not fully pushing forward, and again, we think there's probably bad faith by these county folks. They just didn't, the tribes don't get around to telling us nothing, we're just gonna let this last.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not an attorney, so I can't speak to that. I can say that Cal Boone, our tribal outreach coordinator, I know for a fact that he reached out repeatedly through a number of means to every single tribe and band in the state. I also know there's a number of barriers to communication. I can't speak to litigation, again, not being an attorney, et cetera. We're gonna do everything we can. I can tell you right now, sample ballots are being printed and are gonna be in the mail soon. There is no longer the opportunity for any new polling locations to be set up anywhere across the state. That has...
Absent litigation.
Absent litigation, but potentially, sure, yes, sir.
No,
but it would have to be, yes, the answer is correct. It would have to come from a court order, yes.
Because having talked to tribal leaders, they were misled. They didn't understand they were entitled to full equality. And notwithstanding that there was outreach, tribal leaders have 100 things coming at them every month.
Absolutely
And
understand.
this isn't the top of the order, and when they end up talking to county folks, there's a lot of not shucking and jiving going along.
And I can't speak to those conversations. I will say that's one reason why I'm very glad that the state has hired a full-time tribal outreach coordinator. My recommendation to any member of a tribal government, especially as it relates to elections, as much as possible, have a state person, have Cal Boone, have my person be in those conversations. Because I can tell you that my staff member knows exactly what the law is. And if he's present, if he's CC'd on emails between the county and the tribe, if I'm aware of what's happening, then we can have conversations with the county. And then it's not tribal government to county government, then it's state government to county government, and that's a different story.
With an understanding, and certainly your office has done yeoman's work in this area. It's just looking at how we can help tribal leaders, even in this environment, we've got rights to protect that there's possibility.
Absolutely, totally understand, yes, sir.
Chief Deputy, they'll still be able to use the e-system.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. And there is still time. Every active registered voter in Nevada still receives a mail-in ballot. There is still time if you're concerned about, because I've heard any number of times, I know there's occasionally issues with PO boxes in rural parts of the state. If you're concerned about not receiving your mail ballot at your current mailing address, there is still time for you to update your mailing address and receive your mail ballot at a different address. So you can, if you update your voter registration now and change your mailing address, your county will send you your mail ballot to that updated address. So that's another important method of voting and another way to ensure that your vote will be counted.
Would we be able to utilize the EASE system?
Yes, absolutely. The e-system as well, nves.gov or ease.nv.gov. I think it's nves.gov. I should know that. nves.gov.
Can you spell that, please?
EASE, E-A-S-E. It's the Effective Absentee System for Elections. Now I'm going to make sure because my team would kill me if they.
Is there a mobile EASE that can go to
Yes, it is. It is the website. Yep. If you go to it now, you'll see System Unavailable, Election Closed. It opens in a couple of days. It's tied to the federal UOCAVA, the Uniformed Overseas and Covered Voters Act. It will open up in a couple of days and you'll be able to use it to register and in fact vote. Again, the statute is very clear. It is tied to members of Nevada tribes and bands who reside on reservations and colonies. So I just want to be very clear that that is who the law covers. It also covers Nevadans with disabilities. So even if you are not a member of a Nevada tribe or band, or if you are a member of a tribe or band, but do not reside on a reservation or colony, but do have a disability, you can still use the EASE system to vote.
We have time for one more question.
I'm
We're
so
gonna go in the
sorry.
back right over here. No worries.
So I heard that there's gonna be an E system at the upcoming Pine Night Festival, so it is able to be mobile. Are you going to be taking that to the rural communities who may not have their polling location so they can register there and early vote?
Yes, absolutely. But again, the EASE system can work on anything within internet connection. So you can use it on your phone, if they have a computer at the Tribal Administration Center, etc. Yes, ma'am.
But if you have a rural community that has no, say, internet, could you bring that mobile system there with a hotspot to help the tribal members register right then and there instead of asking them to log on to internet, who might be hard to do?
We are seeing what we can do. We are hopeful that there will be community groups that can provide a service like that. That the state is working on setting up something similar, but we are in conversation with groups that may be able to provide that service, just not through the state, through a separate community organization. Thank you.
I'd like to say something real quick. With all this all together, the electoral votes was going to determine who's going to win, basically. And also, we had one independent guy, John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was with us, and all of a sudden he's endorsing Trump. And that's kind of, because I was really going to vote for him, but now he did that. And where we at? So, and all these tribes that are on here, I got some information from our lobbyists, but basically, towards the end, the tribes, the 7 states with the Indian votes are going to help, but the electoral votes are going to determine who's going to be that's what happened during Biden and Trump last time.
Yes, sir.
So Nevada is just one area, but you got to expand beyond.
Absolutely, Nevada is incredibly important, but it's like Stacy was saying, that the native vote in each one of these states, Arizona, especially Nevada, will be incredibly important. Thank you so much.
I see it. But one important question, other states are recommending that native voters mail their ballots 8 days before the election to make sure they actually are received at the Secretary of State's office. Does your office have a specific recommendation on how far in advance the return mail ballots need to be sent?
Our office does not. Our state has a more expansive window for ballots to be counted than other states. That being said, especially in rural areas, we know that mail service can take a while. Our recommendation would be, if you do have to mail your ballot, yes, please put it in the mail as early as possible. If you can, put it in a ballot drop box instead. And we'll be releasing information in just a couple of days. I'll be sure to send it to Tammy to get out to as many people as possible. If you put a ballot in a ballot drop box, that goes right back to the county clerk's office, and that gets counted as soon as possible. So my recommendation would be, if you do want to use that mail-in ballot, put it in a ballot drop box or put it in your mailbox as early as possible. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Deputy. This next panel, I am really excited to introduce because we get a chance to hear from the Native youth. So if you all will start making your way toward the front here, I would love to also introduce Tammy Tiger, a really good friend of mine. She plays so many roles and wears a lot of hats here in the state of Nevada. She's serving as a commissioner on the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs. She also does a lot of outreach, education, and coalition building within grassroots groups, and she's been a huge advocate for getting out the Native vote. It is my pleasure to introduce Tammy Tiger.
You want to also go outside? Sure. Yeah. Get cozy.
You need to learn how to share.
Halito everyone, so Chifayat Tammy Tiger, Chap Tasia, Okla, Inlash Nuwu. My name is Tammy Tiger. I am a citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I'm also descended from the Muskogee and Seminole peoples. I've lived here as a guest on the Southern Paiute lands for over 35 years and spent my life as a city Indian. Very excited to host this panel today. My position here at the university is with the College of Hospitality as the Director of Tribal Education. And so we know that the youth are our future in many, many different ways. We are working to build capacity across Indian country with our youth. A national study on young voter turnout in the 2022 elections reveals that an average of 25% of voters aged 18 to 29 voted in the last election here in Nevada, more than double from 10 years ago. So we know that the youth vote is definitely growing. Here in the last decade, the US Census identified Clark County as one of the fastest growing American Indian populations in the country. So thinking 7 generations ahead as we do, we have brought together a panel of young voters for their insights on securing our future. And I'm going to turn it over to each of you to introduce yourselves, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Amaya Marcos. I'm an enrolled member of the Oglala Lakota Nation. My mother is Mercedes Krause and my grandmother is Margaret Tuttle. My family is Badger Society and I live in Las Vegas. And I'm 23 years old. My major is radiology and I want to specialize in radiation therapy for cancer patients.
Yat Jana with the spoon in a shed, Tedeshkin, Slang Tachini, Bashastin, Tolichini, Dashache, Beshbich, and Dashanala, Tedon de Nasha. Hello everyone, my name is Jajane. I am the Southern Nevada Community Organizer for Native Voter Alliance Nevada. I am an urban native, moved here 2021 in August, so still new. I guess, I don't know, a few years now, but been here ever since and been with NVEN since 2022.
Hi all, sorry, I don't speak, so my introduction's not going to be as beautiful as theirs was. My name's Aiden McNulty. I'm a Coast Miwok Indian. We're from Sonoma County, California. I'm a first-year student at the law school. I'm originally from Oakland, California, but super happy now to be here in Vegas. I love the community we have, and very happy you guys came out to hear us speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to start with mixed Native UNLV, Amaya Marcos. So Amaya, our last presidential election in 2020 was a big year for you. It was the first year you were old enough to vote, and you totally immersed yourself into civic engagement here in Southern Nevada as a part of a mural. You organized a classic car parade down the Las Vegas Strip, and more. It was in the middle of a pandemic, and these creative youth came up with all kinds of ways to get out the vote. What made you so engaged in voting right from the start?
Yeah, so my mother is Mercedes Krause, and she, I really like to say we're a product of our environment, and she always raised us to be engaged with our community and always fight for what's right. So, you know, at a young age, we were out on the streets marching for women's rights or any organization that was benefiting the community. So I was excited to vote my first year because, you know, I see my family voting. Again, I enriched myself because of my mother, and I would just say that she's just a huge influence on me.
Thank you. We know family is, you know, having that influence at home. You talk about it as a family thing. I know early voting usually happens on my birthday, so I always look at my son and my sister and be like, Mom, you're doing this for my birthday. It's a family affair, so thank you, Amaya.
I know someone else here who does a ton of creative voter engagement across our state with Native Voter Alliance. I've seen posts with animals and boba tea, not eating the animals, of course, but all kinds of fun stuff. So Shizoni, tell us some more about your youth-led initiatives and how they are shaping voter engagement outcomes.
You could eat the other animals, the dogs and cats.
Yeah, I don't want to mind, sheep. That'd be cool.
Baby goats. I'm talking about the baby goats.
Okay. I forgot to say I'm Danette. I just went straight into my introduction, but I just wanted to begin with that. And thank you for the compliment for my events. I try to put hard work and try to think of fun, engaging activities. Here, what we do at INVAN, we're approaching civic engagement and trying to redefine what civic engagement is, while also building Native political power. And with some of the events that I have put on, we are, grabbing people's attention with, I'll give an example, we had a board game night not too long ago, about last month, and it was called Board Games with INVAN. And we invited people to come play board games, learn more about what we do here at INVAN, and kind of shifting it into, call to action, into, hey, well, we have some other things here, which I'll say next Thursday, we're having a relational organizing event. So we'll be talking about what is relational organizing, what's at stake for this year's election, and how we can use relational organizing to make that difference. So here you got your fun event, shifting into kind of what kind of things you can get into and learn about, and then shifting it into, what it is into action. So if you don't know what relational organizing is, I encourage you to come to our event next week and just learn about, the simple things that you can do within your own circle, but also hearing more and more opportunities we have. I know with it being election season, we have phone banking opportunities, text banking opportunities, and we're always trying to keep the community engaged while also having, things that we can put into action.
Would you call it rational or relational?
Relational organizing training. So we do have a mobilization link, and I can provide you with that if you want.
I'm a long ways away, but I can zoom in.
Yeah, that's true. We do have events in northern Nevada, so we have a lot of opportunities. We try to make our events, for all of Nevada. So yeah.
If you can make it, I'm in Idaho.
You're just a Zoom link away.
Thank you.
Thank you. And they've organized some really fun events. We did a movie screening of Killers of the Flower Moon. You did the hike with the Animal Foundation animals. That was really fun. So lots of great events and being creative and out in the community all year round with Native Voters Alliance. So thank you, Shizoni. So now let's turn to our future lawyers and policymakers. Aiden, you are a new student at Boyd Law with the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program, whose mission is to not only prepare Native students to become future leaders, but to educate non-Native students in the legal, political, and cultural context of tribal government gaming. How can non-Native political leaders support and amplify the voices of our young voters?
Cool, so I'd like to just say this is my opinion and it doesn't speak for my tribe or anyone here on the panel with me. I'd like to echo what Ms. Ortega said earlier. She took the words right out of my mouth. You have to earn our vote. And think a little story about my tribe is when we were building our rancheria, we were building a garden and one of the politicians came out and helped us build the garden. She got her hands dirty, did some work with us. So really coming out, making a point to get to know our community, get to actually experience and meet the people, not just sit behind your computer and be a voice behind the computer. I think getting your hands dirty, coming out and meeting the community is the way you earn my vote. I'm a people person, so I like to meet face to face, and you can earn my vote by just like coming out and supporting us.
Thank you, Aiden. Being present, we know that is very important in our communities. We don't want folks to just kind of pop in and pop out. And you talked about that, Sylvia, being on the powwow trail, and those relationships are what matters to us. So we're going to do just a quick round now. Everybody wants to know when you're thinking about the future, your future, our future, what is your top concern?
I would say my top concern has to be with social media. Your guys' generation was Facebook, and you guys would read something on Facebook and checked it off as correct. So our generation's is TikTok. So my concern is that a lot of people, especially around my age group, tend to tell me facts or tell me information, and then I try to ask, where'd you get that information from? And it comes from TikTok. So my concern is like false information circulating, which could cause like a decrease in voting or a decrease in engagement in general. But social media, as it is a tool to help, it also has its cons, and that would be my biggest concern.
Thank you.
I think, just with the work that I do, it would be, voter engagement. I think a lot of, Native people, we have, like you mentioned, one of the largest urban indigenous growing populations here in Nevada. And so, how many of those natives are moving here and actually going out to vote and, making it a priority, or what is kind of the culture that we grew up with. I'm a little different. My parents very much were getting me very involved with civic engagement and putting on events for my community. So I think I've always been meant to do this. But I know a lot of people have the mindset of, well, my vote doesn't matter, my vote doesn't count, or it takes a lot to do research and who the candidates are and what they represent. So that would be my top issue. But I think one of the things that could be a resource here in Nevada is votesmartinv.org, and it will just provide you with, what candidates are running off of, what their concerns are, and just helping you be more informed in what they're running off of their platforms. So.
Cool. My top concern for the future would be tribal sovereignty. As Tammy touched on earlier, in our culture, we like to think 7 generations down the line. Our tribal chairman is pretty similar. He says, let's think 10 generations down the line and how we can have an impact on the future generations. But as well, we know that our benefits and our rancheria, our tribal sovereignty can go away at any time. It could be gone tomorrow. And that's part of the reason why I'm here at law school. I want to ensure that we have tribal sovereignty, that I can be a voice for our community and help not just my kids, my grandkids, but 7, 10 generations down the line. It's a big concern, but I'm hopeful for the future, and I can see light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you, all three. Let's give them all a quick hand. Do we have any questions of our youth before we? Yes, sir.
So, I'm Councilman from the Evalson tribe. We weren't here when we did the introduction this morning, but I am the second youngest citizen of Tribal Council. So, when I say second youngest, because we moved our age from 25 to 30, currently 36 years old, so I'm still one of the youngest in the Tribal Council. I was asking Jen here, you brought up tribal sovereignty. In your eyes, what does tribal sovereignty look like?
So to me, tribal sovereignty is everything. It's our identity, it's our land, it's our community, it's everyone in our tribe that we surround ourselves with. It's not just specifically our tribal members. To me, it's all the people working for us. It's the whole community that we've built. Our tribe is small, we're 1,500 people, but we are strong and mighty, and I think tribal sovereignty is just us being around, having a voice in our community, having the ability to do good and donate and do good for our community as we wish. Did that answer your question?
Kind of, sort of. I guess, so like for my point of view as one of the young councilmen of the tribe, her tribe actually, is from your tribe. We face a different side of tribal sovereignty. We live in a very deep red state. And we have infringements on our state. We banned our governor from our reservation lands. And we fight to have our rights as our boundaries so that we're not having state highway troopers coming in. And that was one of the reasons why we banned her, was she was inviting her own state troopers, which we, as a treaty tribe, have the responsibility of only negotiating with the federal government. So, we have different ideas of tribal sovereignty. I just wanted to know, as a young voter, because that's what I'm running for my chairmanship back on my reservation, and I have to appeal to my young voters because that's my voting body. The older ones, they're going to vote for who's been there, their background, their voting record, and the way they like the tribe, and myself, 4-year term or council representative. So that's why I was asking what your ideas were as a young voter for tribal sovereignty. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think we all celebrated when you flex your sovereignty and closed your borders to the governor. Like, yes, that is tribal sovereignty, that self-determination that you have over your reservation lands. Thank you for giving that example. Any other questions we have? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you all so much for lending your voices to us today. So you all talked about the unique ways in which people need to do outreach to you candidates specifically so that they can learn about the issues that are important to you. So what ways outside of gardening and those types of things, where can we meet you where you are?
I think meeting people where they're at is just simply asking kind of what is your situation, what are you going through, and what issues do you care about. A lot of the times when we're trying to get somebody to register to vote or get somebody to come to our event, that's the only thing on our minds, but we really want to understand what the person is going through or where they're coming from. You know, they might be working night shifts and also, you know, have 3 jobs or, you know, dealing with family, you know, emergencies. So really just figuring out kind of what they're going through, how, you know, we can engage them, whether it's, you know, through small work, like, hey, if you have time on the side, like you can do this, but it's just being understanding what that person is going through, and, you know, acknowledging like, hey, I know it is tough out here, and I want it to not be as tough. I want to be able to hold our elected officials and be able to pass laws that, you know, don't have me working, you know, 2-3 jobs, and, you know, suffering because I can't, you know, pay my electricity bill or my water bill, or I'm barely affording rent. So I think that's kind of meeting people where they are, is asking what they're going through and understanding that. While also, you know, telling them like, hey, I have opportunities that, you know, could help your situation. It might take a little work, but, you know, if we get these bills or laws passed, or, you know, advocacy and making sure that people, you know, are hearing or paying attention, it will create, you know, something beautiful for our community and future generations.
Absolutely, tying their stories to how they can advocate that, for that in policy and lawmaking change, asking them to come and testify on those bills when we go to state legislature. Aiden?
Yeah, I just had one more thing I wanted to add. It's kind of going on a little bit of a tangent, but I can't speak for the other tribes in the room, but our tribe has general council meetings every month, and these are open to the public as well. And while the turnout might not be great at these tribal council meetings, our secretary takes meeting minutes and she sends that out to every single member of the tribe. So if you are, and just goes to anyone, able to get out there and go to a tribal council meeting, like just seeing that you, a politician or someone made an effort to come out and speak to our tribe, that goes a long way for me. That wouldn't be getting your hands dirty necessarily, but that would be showing me that you guys cared, you made an effort to come out, and that you'd have my heart.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, hello, my name is Lewan Tyler Tindoy, chairman of the Shoshone-Bannock Tribes. I appreciate you all, it's pretty awesome. You guys are very up there, way above, intelligent. When I was your age, I had a tough time, and also we're a treaty tribe, 1868, similar to the young man back there. We don't deal with the state. We have a treaty prior to states, our treaty, 1868. So we're lucky to have that. We're blessed to have that, off reservation rights. But still, with all that, we're still fighting. In Idaho, we still have the Public Law 280. And right now, we have young people your age that are lost, trying to bring them back with the negative influences of meth and alcohol, drugs. Now, how do we get them to come start voting? We need more programs. 5 tribes in Idaho, we're trying to come up with a plan to maybe have a central location, to have a treatment center. People are dying, with the fentanyl, and we have our people coming in there trying to bring them back, revive them with that Narcan, and it's a pretty sad situation. It's happening all over Indian country, and it's really sad. And how do we do that? I have a 17-year-old daughter, even though I'm an old guy, and she's going to be 18, ready to vote too. And I know you guys probably have an urban center here, but I'm wondering, I know we stayed at the Palms. I don't know if they put me there, but that's native owned, I heard. Now Nevada don't even have no casinos, your own tribes. I don't know. Seems like that should be happening, economic development. And over there, where we're trying to do that. Even with all that, it's still not enough for survival, because they have that traditional trust responsibility, the federal government and the states, that they utilize us and they take funding away from us. So you got to be careful there too. So I guess your professor is going to back you up, and you guys are probably way smarter than I am. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. And so your question was about getting youth to vote who are...
Yeah, protecting all those, the ones that are, and the influences, and how to turn them around. You guys could be the role models.
I guess I would say, as someone who kind of grew up, I grew up in Las Vegas and I wasn't really around my family much. It is a hard time because you do feel like you're losing like your connection almost, and my situation is nothing compared to someone who's dealing with addiction. But I'm sure it's a similar feeling where they feel attached from their people. So I guess it's hard to just say that this is the one answer that's gonna, fix it all, but being there constantly and showing up for, the people who are having hard times, but not just 1 or 2 times, but be that annoying person, and that they would say like, oh, they're so annoying. But once they're, coming back to themselves, they're gonna be like, okay, that person was there actually for me nonstop, not 2 times, not 3 times, but almost every week, every month, always checking on me. I think it's really important when we can have tribal members, more like, young tribal members feel like they have that connection again, because we are at an age where it's so hard, where we're figuring out who we are. Again, I just like to say again, like, just be there for them and be that annoying person so they can come back and have that connection to their people, to their tribe, to their land.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to moderate the panel.
Tammy, all good, thank you.
You know, I was gonna ask them if they ever thought about seeking office themselves. What is going on here? We're on time. Is that right? Who messed up?
You told me to do my job.
Yeah. I do it very carefully. Okay, so, I wanna know, let's see, we have the race for equity, but, Sandra, I guess what I'd like to know is if you would like to, what time is it, 1:30? Panel, security feature,
needs
2 o'clock. So, Sandra, you wanna put, your panel first and then we bring the other one? Cause I was looking at it, it'd kind of make more sense unless you don't have. Okay, you're waiting? Hey, why don't we take a break? A 5-minute break?
Yahoo!
You can eat my cookie.
Yeah. Hey, and really, there's like a bunch of boxes out there. Take them home, you know, load them up. They're paid for, so take them home and feed the family. So if I see only one box there, I'll be coming to talk to you. Take 2 boxes. Let's take a 5-minute break, which means 10 minutes Indian time.
Solid answer. That's what I was
And just so you know, I got a text from Mercedes saying, "Ooh, my daughter was good."
Jalen's here. I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
him, yeah.
It just makes more sense.
Mike, okay. Who's Mike? No, her house is not here. Because they're gonna go after, wait, yeah, they're gonna go after you.
No, they're gonna go before me.
Oh, they
Because
are?
it makes more sense. for me to go.
But she's missing.
Right, she goes,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
She does all the work. No. Yeah, but we learned it from you. I remember something. They just. He was here in front of me, so he's like, Rock, you did at the end of the picture.
Oh, dramatic.
I was there.
It's going.
It's going.
It's
Okay.
I gotta do it.
what we'll do is we'll go ahead and get all the crew around, sit down, and get ready for because get everybody out. I know the latest and stuff in person. You get up.
Yeah, exactly.
And
We
we'll
don't have to worry about people sitting on Zooms all day. We can just meet up.
And then Justin will be here, so we can start. And people are watching.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. Yeah, I shared it on our pages too, so that I could, just put it on and stuff like that. So, okay, so this is really good. All right, okay. So would you do 5 minutes or 10 minutes or Indian time?
I'm doing like Sandra's person answer.
Okay.
Wrong question to ask.
I'll find out.
They listen to us, but they don't act.
Yeah, they don't even give it value. I agree with you with the brain salt.
Give me a little bit more strength.
Yeah, you have to do that. Don't worry about that. But it does like add to my little brother's a really mad respect for. And they're all around this room too. So. Oh wait, I learned about that in school. Yeah.
Yeah, so it just, there was too many.
TikTok videos is not all around to. Right around house and with my own group.
Yeah, definitely a lot of issues that were, it shows like first person, like the first action, videos are actively speaking out.
Yeah. I'm curious, it's a weird platform, right? I mean, mine is really.
I know, I was gonna say, that's like it's crazy, because the For You page is literally filling. Like, I posted 2 times, and then if you're interested in your video and you heard something, and they time you watched it for 3 minutes, boom, another one similar, another one similar.
We've got like really moderator.
My feedback all of these stuff when I see my friends engaged in that, it's always backwards. Big on LinkedIn, I don't have the pretty followers on TikTok, I just have a little burner account. I just scroll.
Yeah, I need that. I've got something like that.
Okay, what was it?
Who's cheering for you?
Yeah, I managed to
Rebellious.
Yeah.
She might like trucking and tried.
And now she's not even. Because the dog saved us.
Or a little bit. How's it going?
You also have to find
Okay, yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, so, I think the reception was the night of the 30th and then the 2 days. Okay. So, yeah, so I'm right there, my office is right there. Yeah. I've been there. Oh, yeah.
My tribal council voted back in June. Support just like the tribes. And I tried sending it out, but I got no response. Addresses I can find out. Thank you.
No, I'm
What's an agency?
Sarah, I said it to you. You get that into everybody and everybody's online. We're just trying to show some support. It was just like, gosh, trying to get a hold of anybody in South Dakota is damn near impossible. Oh my gosh, because I know I did send it to a couple of people. I got no response on whether or not they received it. Probably just sent it in the junk folder. So
Okay, we'll send it to our secretary.
I know it was a couple months ago. You guys have multiple headaches?
We have three.
Just so my We're too small for this. I mean, we're the largest tribe in Nevada. That's 3,000 members.
Right. I'm actually glad to see they showed me the agenda for tomorrow. We still leave Sunday morning. Rich Road, so I might be able to just shoot on out of here. Even said 10 minutes.
I bet. I'm standing here. I actually should probably use the restroom before we go to the panel. I know, right? Okay. I'm over here trying to behave myself and not boss people around. They tell me later, we're so bossy. I was like, yes, I just got to but I just walked all the way to the parking lot because no one else was talking. It's really bad. I don't want to know that for myself. Oh yeah, jumping on us. Alright. Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to put some boundaries. I know, I'm like,
Well, one of our.
yeah. Yeah, I eat later today too. Okay. Yeah. But what's a quorum in each of those? On each of them? Oh, in each committee, yeah. What's up?
Which makes sense.
NCAI? Yeah.
Let's, there's a lot of
I know. What happened at that meeting the other day? I'm so sorry.
It was just, yes.
That's what I thought it was the name of the meeting. That's their normally like their policy update meeting, and I was like, why would they tell you guys to jump on that meeting to know what's up with their plan? But I've been riding on everyone's ass about getting money out to Indian country. Larry called me and was like, we got $2 million, who do we need to give it to? And I was like, 4 directions, Ali, Young, and Ashton Chavez, ASAP. You can get that out real quick. And even have some change left over if you want. Okay, great, bring them in front of us. So then they bring them in, I bring them in front of them. 2 weeks later, they still haven't heard anything. And they still gotta distribute the money on top of all that shit. I'm so like over it. They had 12 million. When I was there, they had $12 million. I got it. Okay, I'm sending Where's he at? Where's he at? I'm gonna, okay, I'll find him, but I emailed him. But thank you for that. That was really
So Yeah, no, let's do that. Let's get, now we can figure out how best to use Jennifer for you as well.
That would be good.
Yeah, and then whatever other needs are.
I'm just saying, thank you.
Yep.
Three. Bethany, Matilda, and Stephen.
Good.
Is Bethany in here?
Where'd you go? What'd you do with Bethany?
You ready? Ready, spaghetti?
And then
Stephen's coming.
I'm just trying to figure out what.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful.
You guys are all.
Wherever you would like to sit.
Yeah, I'm OJ.
Oh, Matilda, nice to meet you.
Steven, you know how to talk in his mic, right?
No. How do I do it? I just talk?
He's the one that was saying, you need to talk to people about it.
Suddenly, I don't know how to use it. I want to be the man.
Whatever you want.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. I'm excited.
These are the.
I'll take it.
4 years as an Australians watch. Went straight right into.
Oh, beautiful. Oh.
8 years.
And then I'll divert the question to somebody else. Yeah.
All right, let me, Sandra, I'm gonna go around everybody up.
Thank you.
So that's where.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell us where I said that.
Love phonetic languages.
So 2 years are not enough, so it took me 4 years to get it done, and now we're gonna see how their contracts are done, so now we're moving, so.
Alright. So what is your goal? You get to do the alphabet,
So pioneers are
effective
named,
absentee system for elections, you will come of the.
my town, my
I'll write it up.
my district,
I'll use these. I'm like, what's the question again?
No.
No, it's all good.
Skin, oh, sorry.
I know, it's okay. Which about
Rosewood just had their.
Oh, so I know that
So they got a new
you
chairwoman.
know, can I tell you that I will be temporarily moving up to Reno next year, or Carson City, for legislative session? Yes. Yes, we will. I'm excited. One of those.
One of those.
Yeah, I'll probably get bored and apply for president, so.
I love that area.
Now the vice chairwoman.
Oh my God.
Over there, they have term.
So special.
Pine nuts are life.
Her council seat, so. Then she made the rep for vice chairwoman.
My least favorite thing, or like my intrusive thought, every single time I see a new microphone is I have to touch it.
And then Sherry.
Like, what does the audio sound like?
Once I know the address.
She's back.
I have college at Rosebud.
Oh, yeah, yep. Oh, nice. So, yeah. My sister lives in Orange, she's not a travel member, but she lives in the house. She's over there for 20 years now, your honorary member.
There's a lot of guys that came from down.
Get you guys all ready, boys?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
You want more with the basement program?
Did you say Mark?
I
No, Mark, that's the next one. Basement program, that's all I'm saying. Basement program.
That's right.
You're gonna do all of our communications and all of our meetings. So I do all of our communications, policy, and all government relations and stuff. So we get the non-funded. Same try? Get the lobbying. I was at this conference once. The facilitator had these like Mongolian bogs, and like he just walk around and like it just made such beautiful noise.
So we've done that recently. There was somebody who did that with
Power thing.
like a triangle thing, a time thing. It was like something. You see.
I think he
Better than
was.
yelling, right?
Yeah.
How long did you basketball?
It made me want to buy one, and then I was like, no, I need the same exact one. And have I used it? No.
Had a meeting here. Anaheim.
I may.
You should. Just pick a random time. Just do it.
Hey, no,
Anywhere.
Yeah, you're just like,
See what happens.
are you here just for today, or like, are you?
Yeah, I want that tonight. I have to be at the track.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. What are you flying, and what time?
8-ish, I think.
We might be on the same plane.
Okay, I think it's either 8 or 8:30. Okay, then we're on the same one.
Yay! I can spend more time.
I know to see you. We're always passing ships.
I know, we're
in
just
the
like,
night.
even at the announce, I was like, 5 minutes. We're like, hi, bye.
See you never.
Well, we did get a dance.
Yes.
It
was so nice. I brought my sister and my nephew and my daughter out to, you know, out to the mall. Because it's my baby. Sorry, that Saturday session. But they had never been. I think she had been a long time ago when she worked for Trevor. They'd never been. And you know how to pick it up there? Yes. So I was like, Shatana, what? And she's like, no, he's not.
You were on time, then we kind of lost time.
Yeah.
See if I can hear you.
Well, I should have brought my gong for you then.
Oh, Jesus, just
Walk around. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're so excited to be here with you today. I'm Sandra Mitrovic, Sandra Mitrovic. I'm with the Citizen Time Maidu in Northern California and Yamani Maidu, Mountain Maidu in Northern California. But I'm blessed to reside and live on the Numu or Northern Paiute lands in Washoe, and just proud to be here in with you all in community. Today I'm excited to have a panel to talk about how we protect our rights to vote. We have an amazing group of panelists today that are participating in various different ways in their own programs, organizations, and communities. We talked a little bit already today about getting out the vote. We heard from our youth that talked about their thoughts and ideas about how we can reach our youth in getting out the vote, getting registered to vote. And this panel is also going to talk a little bit about that, but also extend that into protecting our rights to vote and what happens when our communities go to cast a ballot. So first and foremost, I want to introduce, they're all on my left here, but Matilda Miller has her MPPA as Kanakamali is the Government Relations Director at Native Voters Alliance of Nevada, Indigenous Voices of Nevada. She developed her expertise in communications and crisis management through her work at Battleborn Progress and the Institute for Progressive Nevada. At Silver State Voices, as a democracy manager, Matilda led the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition and the Nonpartisan Election Protection Program, significantly influencing Nevada's democratic landscape. Before her notable contributions to grassroots organizing, Matilda was deeply engaged in public service, focusing on mentoring emerging professionals during her tenure with the City of Henderson. A distinguished scholar, she graduated summa cum laude with a BA in political science from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, here at UNLV, and later earned a master's in public policy and administration from Purdue University, also graduating summa cum laude. When she's not advocating for a more equitable and liberated democracy, Matilda can be found relaxing at Makers and Finders, revisiting Game of Thrones, or exploring new adventures with the love of her life, Dakota. Next, we have Stephen Isaacs, who also has been instrumental in helping us pull together the forum that we have here for you today, these couple of days, has his JD and LLM, is the coordinator of the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program at William S. Boyd School of Law here at UNLV. He graduated from the University of Florida with a Bachelor of Science in Sports Management. After graduation, Stephen worked at Bet365 as an in-play sports trader before enrolling at the Boyd School of Law in August 2020. After graduating with his JD, Stephen completed Boyd's LLM in Gaming Law and Policy program, and afterwards was hired by the IMGG program in his current role. During his time at Boyd Law, he published a paper focused on the intersection of federal trust responsibility and tribal gaming in volume 13.2 of UNLV's Gaming Law Journal, and wrote his capstone arguing that public schools' continued use of Native American mascots is a violation of the Civil Rights Act. Bethany Sam, last but not least, and many of you know Bethany, is the Public Relations Officer for Reno Sparks Indian Colony and chairperson of the Nevada's Indian Territory. Bethany is a Native Vote organizer. With her marketing skills and expertise, she has helped increase participation at the polls by Native voters. She works alongside RSIC's tribal leadership to communicate important Native issues to tribal members and to local, state, and federal agencies. Welcome to all the panelists, and thank you for joining us today. I have a few questions that I wanted to get started. As we heard about just general voting, and I know many of you have worked on campaigns and spent some time in community, I wanted to know, when you've thought about the different cycles, the election cycles that you've experienced both here in Nevada, other states that you have lived in nationally, wanted to know how, what led you to get involved in this work? And we'll start here with Matilda.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matilda Guerrero. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm very excited to be on today's panel. I'm going to be completely honest. My move to the political space was honestly very unplanned, and if you had asked me maybe 5 years ago where I would be right now, I would tell you I would probably be in law school and I would be learning something else and definitely not doing anything related to elections or politics as it is. My start in politics honestly started because I got into wanting to do the summer camp for the city of Henderson. I just remember my friend telling me about like, hey, like every summer I get to go hang out with these kids and I get to do a lot of like fun activities and do basically summer camp things. So what do you do at 16 years old? You're like, yeah, that sounds like a really great idea. So that's basically how I fell into the political space, where I started learning that this summer camp is honestly just, it's a byproduct of the city of Henderson, but it's also showing me that I am cultivating the youth and cultivating the future of our generation. And as I got more into the city of Henderson, I was able to show and learn exactly like the nuances of local government, how things work, and really realize that in order to create the changes that I really wanted to see in the world, it's through community-centered action, and ultimately through putting to addressing the needs of everyday citizens. So whether that's the fact that there's no crosswalk by my house, or the fact that I want to make sure that there's no potholes by my home. The things that a lot of people want to see changed in the world are the things that they deal with on a day-to-day basis, and that starts with local government, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you.
Amanahu ha'a inaniat Bethany Sam, no Kovaweta, no Richina Dakota, no Kudzedeka, no Washu, no Tupani. Hello everybody, my name is Bethany Sam. I'm the Public Relations Officer for Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I'm also the chairperson for Nevada's Indian Territory, and just happy to be here, so thank you for including me on the panel. I've gotten involved, my family has always been politically involved. We come from a small town ranching community, and our Native community actually didn't have very much of a voice until my parents, my grandparents stood up, and I really seen how they can make a change within at the local level. And we've always participated in community events and making sure that we had some type of Native representation. My background is in marketing and advertising. I worked for a previous company called Sierra Nevada Media Group, or Swift Communications, and it was my responsibility working in Carson City to work with the politicians in their campaigns, and really seeing how they would market themselves to gain voters. So that was kind of more my first start in professionally working with different political parties and their campaigning. And as I've moved on, I've started working for Reno Sparks Indian Colony, first under the former chairman, Arlen Melendez, who was very politically involved and had been the chairman for 32 years. Watching him work the government and relationship building really opened my eyes even more to how important it is for Natives to have a voice and get to the polls and make sure that we're voting in the best interests of our communities. And so I'm very glad that I got involved, and I guess my parents kind of groomed me into this position. And I also am very passionate about making sure that our issues are brought to the forefront and we can make a change to better ourselves. Thank you.
I know what Sipani means. Good one.
I'm Stephen Isaacs. Sandra, thank you for the nice introduction. I'm the coordinator of the INGG program here, and I'm very excited to be on this panel. Very excited to help facilitate with OJ and 4 Directions for this event. I would say my this level of voting participation in terms of recruiting people and helping them get out the vote is kind of more new for me than for Bethany and Matilda here. I've always been politically engaged, but not really politically active. I think I would always vote, but I would only make sure I voted, and really nobody else outside of talking with friends and everything like that. But I think what's 2 huge things that have really energized people politically are no matter which side of 2016 election you were on, it was very politically engaging, as well as COVID, and kind of seeing the shutdown and everything that, kind of seemed like a little bit, COVID, the shutdown to me kind of showed things are a little bit more broken than I would like to believe. And there's really only voting and getting out the vote and engaging with that is really the only way to truly solve that. And so I think that's kind of where my interest really stems from, as well as going to law school here and really learning really analyzing criminal law and constitutional law, and really seeing how much that some of it just doesn't make sense to me, and how easy it would be to have gone a different way with a ruling or two. I think really it just logically is baffling to me in a lot of ways, and so I think that's kind of where my side of things comes from.
Thank you all for that, and it gives us a glimpse of our panelists a little bit more. Many of the people in this space, including myself, have all come to this space through various different pathways. And so it's exciting to think about the collective energy that we have working here in Nevada across the state from various different backgrounds. So my next question before we go into election protection and community is, we're always talking about, from election season to election season. So what I wanted to know from each of you is, and we're going to start with Bethany, what would you say about the Get Out the Vote season? When we talk about these campaigns, we have seen so many amazing campaigns from Get Out the Vote plans, Go Vote Then, all these things across Indian country come out, and our communities' collective voice really shine through social media and other places. So what else have you seen in the Get Out the Vote season that has changed over the past few cycles, both generally or even here in the state of Nevada?
Sure. Well, first I forgot to say that I'm an enrolled member of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, but I grew up in Colville, California, where my Paiute roots come from and where I learned the Kutzerika language, so that's what I spoke earlier. But to answer the question, some of the changes I've seen is we've really, through everyone's work, we really have a seat at the table with Four Directions, Native Organizers Alliance, NCAI, and all of the tribal leadership who has put in the work to make sure that we're being heard and that there's more and more natives going and doing relationship building, which has created here for the state. We have the EASE program, we have tribal liaisons at the Secretary of State's office. Washoe County, where we're at, they fully engage with us prior to making sure that we have our polling locations set up way before everybody else does. We have our tribal liaison at the Nevada Dems, meeting our social media and marketing opportunities. We've organized candidates nights where we've been nonpartisan and inviting both Republicans and Democrats to Reno-Sparks Indian Colony so they can have a platform to talk about tribal issues. We had our youth at these events and actively asking questions that mattered to them. And just through marketing and advertising and having tribal council, especially the tribal council I work for, support me and giving me a budget to be able to advertise and through the grants that are offered through Native Vote, NCAI, and all the other various grant opportunities to be able to spend money on getting swag and doing voter engagement events with NVAN, Great Basin, Voters Association. There's just different Native organizations that are willing to do a register to vote, and we partnered with everyone because everyone has a different following. And we have to be inclusive of everybody, and so we make sure that everyone has an opportunity to come to Reno-Sparks Indian Colony to get out the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, anything that you've seen both generally in the state, but also even with your students, if they're talking about this too on campus?
I think this election is has become a little bit of a culmination of a lot of things, and I think people are really feeling that. I think that the energy and the enthusiasm is closer to 2008 than it is any other election this century in my mind. And so I think there's obviously, the Dobbs decision we see in the 2022 midterms, there's a huge effect there, and how big that effect and how much that carries over to 2024, I think is a huge question that, we obviously won't know until election night. But I also think Something that, again, going back to COVID, mail-in voting. Before, in 2018, the amount of mail-in, then the midterms for 2018, the mail-in voting was about 28%. In 2020, of course, with COVID and people more locked down and more cautious, it went up to 44%. In the 2022 midterms, it went down to 33%, but that's still higher than post-COVID. And so I think that a phenomenon that could be almost an unexpected result of COVID is, does mail-in voting become more of a norm? Does that 33%, does it go closer to 46? Does it go back down to about 25%? Does it stay around 30? I think that a lot of people saw the convenience of it, and it's something that could be a major shift going forward in elections, is mail-in voting. But I also think that a really interesting thing when President Biden dropped out and Vice President Harris became the nominee is you almost have that dropping of the old guard. And I saw during DNC a lot of more people that looked like me were kind of being like, oh, I'm not being represented. And it's like, yeah, but America is. You have, on the first night, you had Senator Warnock, you had Representative AOC, Ocasio-Cortez, and then you had, Secretary Clinton, and you had President Biden. That's what America looks like. It's an older generation of white people kind of holding it up until this younger, diverse generation comes forward. And I think people my age are kind of seeing that, and I think people might be a little older, might think things a little bit more differently than I do. That's kind of what they're afraid of. But I think that's a great thing, and I think a lot of people are being a little bit energized by that, by seeing somebody who looks more like them, who thinks more like them, that sort of thing.
Thank you both. Matilda, you've had a really great career in that you have, and we're going to go to election protection after you have a chance to give some insight here too. But you've moved over from, you worked with an amazing organization, Silver State Voices, and you're working with another amazing organization with Native Voters Alliance Nevada, and you're doing so much great work to bring together both Get Out the Vote work and also, again, that election protection piece, and working with tribes, working with communities. And I know that your organization now is also focused on rural areas. What are you seeing in this space as it relates to the changes over the years, or what you're hearing from communities as you do this work?
I have a question for everybody sitting here today and on the live stream, and for all of our friends who are going to watch us later on. Do you all remember where you were during the June 2020 primary at 3 in the morning? So technically the day after the primary. I do. I was sitting at the SSV office at 3 in the morning waiting for Elvis, who was an Elvis impersonator, who was the last voter in the state of Nevada to cast her ballot. That was 3 in the morning. The reason why there were only so many limited polling locations was because we were at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we didn't have such great measures in place to make sure that every single eligible voter is able to cast their ballot in a manner that is most convenient and accessible to them. I remember sitting there at 3 a.m. wondering, why am I here, and why are we still waiting? If I'm sitting here at 3 in the morning and I know that there are voters who are still waiting in line to cast their ballot, that is showing me that they are committed to this process. So we owe it to them to make sure that voting is most accessible and convenient to them. So with that being said, with our nonpartisan voting rights coalition, the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition, we worked with Speaker of the Assembly then, and our voting rights champion, Speaker Jason Frierson, to put together Assembly Bill 4 during one of the 2020 special sessions. That bill cultivated what is now the universal vote by mail bill, where we have vote by mail ballots with free paid postage coming to your mailbox for every single election to come, unless voters opt out 60 days before election day. What's amazing about this process is because it also recognizes that people like me, I'm sorry, but right after the pandemic happened, it just gave me a further excuse to stay home all the time and find any way to do things from my own kitchen table and have the opportunity to learn about the candidates that I wanted, that care about what I care about the issues on the ballot in a way that's honestly less intimidating than going to a polling location and standing in front of a machine that I've never seen before and making my choices then. With vote by mail, we're able to allow voters the opportunity to actually take their time and learn about the candidates and then elect champions that will do right by the issues that they care most about. In addition to great things like vote by mail, there's also rights restoration for formerly incarcerated individuals. What I love about this bill is that prior to this, folks who were formerly incarcerated had to appear before a judge and basically plead their case to explain why they deserve their voting rights back. With this bill, now all formerly incarcerated persons, regardless of parole or probation status or wherever they had served their time, the moment that they have served their time, they are eligible to vote again. And what's amazing about these advancements, including like facets of same-day registration, where folks are literally able to register to vote and cast their ballot on the same day during early voting and election day during the general or a primary election, we're giving voters an ample amount of opportunities to choose how they want to have their voices heard at the ballot box. We're allowing voters the opportunity to figure out what suits them best and how they want to do something. What's amazing about this, and what honestly sometimes I often kind of forget about, is Nevada is, and specifically Las Vegas, a 24-hour city. Everyone is always on a different schedule. So if you work during your night shifts, like my partner, I don't think that you would be able to go to a polling location during the standard times, but you are able to fill out your mail ballot at a time and spend as much time as you want filling it out and then dropping it off either in your mailbox, which you probably do pretty regularly, unless you're like me, or you drop it off with a trusted individual who will drop it off at a post office or a ballot location or at an in-person polling location. So there's lots of options and lots of things to make voting a lot more accessible for folks. In addition, Bethany brought up EASE, so the Nevada Effective Advocacy System for Elections. What I love about that is that this online platform that's been used for longer than I've been alive. I'm 25, so take that for what you got. This system has been used by members of the armed services, their spouse and dependents, Nevadans residing overseas, and now voters with disabilities. So I'm excited to see that now this system, which is extremely secure and it has been for generations and a lot secure more, especially with the new advancements, being used by tribal members. However, with great advancements, I also want to recognize that there is the digital divide, and we need to also address infrastructure in order to make sure that folks are able to actually use these great things like EASE.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that wealth of knowledge between all of our panelists, and just very thankful that we're able to get so much of that information out, both to the audience here in person and on the live stream. I would encourage all of you, these panelists, afterwards, I know many of them are open for outreach, and we'll be sharing some of that information after. I want to switch over to our last couple of questions about election protection, because each of you I know have some work in this space and have done work in this space. And we're going to start with Stephen, because I know Stephen is actually going to be doing an amazing project with the College of Law and with law students here at UNLV in partnership with the Native American Rights Fund and their election protection program. So I wanted to turn this time over to say, when you're thinking about election protection work this election cycle, what are some of the things that you're doing and involved in? What are some things that you're concerned about, and even some key messaging that you might be preparing for?
So, some of the things I've started this week, I went to about 20 different classes to kind of just do a little 5-minute presentation on like, this is what we're running with Native American Rights Fund and Silver State Voices. We're enticing the students with pro bono hours and kind of making them know that if you get enough, you have to get distinction on your transcript. You'll get poll watching training on your resume. You'll expand your network. But I think what it really comes down to is you have to almost just leave the ball in their court. You can't really press them outside that first, you can't go, oh, why you don't want to get involved, how come? They're not going to want to get involved if you're going to shame them a little bit for not doing it. Even if you think you should, even if you think that they should and that, anything like that, but you have to just kind of put your faith in them that, okay, the people that want to get involved will. And the messaging that resonates with those people, it'll resonate. And you kind of just have to, allow them to kind of make that decision. And I think what people really don't like is being told what to do or being told to think a certain way. Even if you disagree with their thoughts, you can debate them, you can ask questions, but you can't really get in their faces. And even something as important as this, I'll be sending out emails. I send out emails to our student organizations, and I put up flyers in the hallways and everything. But you have to let them come to you essentially, and it's kind of frustrating and it's a little bit difficult. And every instinct in me wants to just jump at them and be like, "This is so great! Why not? We're not partisan. Just come on, do it! It makes so much sense." But you don't know what people are going through. You don't know what other commitments they have to make. And a lot of times if you press them, they're not gonna wanna tell you. What if their parent is really, really sick and they don't wanna get into it? And you're looking at them like, hey, why aren't you doing this? Well, they have a really good reason. And so you have to just kind of put the ball in their court and trust that those who want to come do it will do it.
A quick follow-up question. So out of the partnership that you're doing with the Election Protection Program, because I know you're doing that with both Silver State Voices and with Native American Rights Fund, what are you hoping to gain by doing this for the College of Law in the future?
Well, I think ideally every election we should be doing something like this. Our program is kind of unique because San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, they gave us the grant money in 2020. However, I've mentioned before, COVID kind of shut things down for a while. So we've really started up and running for about a year now. And so I'm hoping that going forward, it'll be a more established thing. We'll get more word of mouth. Again, the 2026 midterms, the people who are just starting out now will be 3 of us. So you'll have that familiarity. You can build upon that and just, making those connections with great organizations like NARF, like Silver State, and just expanding from there.
So I want to turn the time.
Pushed off. I think it died. So I want to turn my time now to, to Bethany. Bethany, I know you had some thoughts about, thank you, some thoughts about some of the things that you've seen both in rural counties, especially with Native voters in the past with election protection, and things that you've both witnessed, you've had to participate in. I know there have been a lot of cases here. Four Directions has been a huge advocate in Nevada we've all talked about the milestones and the changes. And so thankful for those advocates that have worked with tribes in this state. Share with us a little bit about what election protection means to you, how the communities that you've witnessed have engaged in that work, and things you're kind of hearing on the ground now that people are concerned about in this election cycle.
Thank you. I think what I've witnessed is, what of experience would probably be the best thing, is that intimidation and discrimination in the 2020 elections, even though tribes have friends on both sides, and that's really important for everybody to, for tribes, they have to have friends on both sides to be able to, like we keep saying, have our voices heard. But what I experienced during that particular election cycle with our tribal IDs and poll workers turning them away, having to go to Washoe County to be able to register to vote because they were not educated or uneducated on what our tribal IDs look like, because they are all different. So we've had some cases, or discrimination cases, where tribal members weren't allowed to vote at particular polling locations. So through that, we were able to work with the counties to make sure that they were well aware of what the tribal IDs look like and whatnot. But it is, an issue that we're facing now. I think it's just more because America has always put that stereotype on us, and they don't understand our culture and our communities. And so with this election, we're going to be really looking forward to working with NARF and having this coalition come to tribes to help us out when that happens. Granted, we are trying to get poll workers or tribal poll workers to our polling locations, but that's also another issue in trying to get our own tribal members to work the polls. And so we're looking at job fairs and different types of things to ensure that our tribal members feel comfortable. For rural communities, it's a little different. They're more red, and I think some of those stereotypes really get put into play there. And our mics went out, but thank you. So our rural communities do have a little bit more of a challenge ahead of them, just because I think because of that stereotype, there is a little bit more discrimination. I think it's not on purpose. It's just that we need to do a better job at educating the general population on our views and political stances.
Thank you so much. You also brought up poll workers, and we'll come to that during the last question, because I think that's important, right? One of those ways that we can is have more poll workers. And I know a tribal member, some of you know, Shauna Johnson, has kind of been helping that effort. I got to see her at Umaga Powwow and talk with her. And there was also a big push to get young poll workers out there as well, a huge push from the Secretary of State. So that was good to see. I know, Matilda, you've put together an election protection program, and when we ask about election protection work in the state, they say to talk to you. And so I wanted to hear a little bit about your thoughts in this space. I know we've had a chance to chat a little bit about what you think are those key things to be watching out for, especially for those election observers that may be coming in with Stephen's program with our law students. But anything else that you wanted to share about that program, and also what we can be looking out for?
I want to be abundantly clear. Nevada is a signature verification state. We are not a voter ID state. So what that means is that you do not need an ID to vote. However, during the check-in process, I understand that for some election workers or for some people, it just feels like it feels a little easier, or it feels like common courtesy to give them your ID so that way they can check you in. But that is not the case. Registered to actually vote in Nevada, you do not need a Nevada issued ID. However, the only time you should be showing your ID when you're at the polls is if you're participating in same-day registration. What same-day registration is, oh, that's loud. What same-day registration is when you register to vote and cast your ballot during the same day during early voting, or on election day during a primary or general election. So for example, if I'm a nonpartisan voter and for some reason I wanted to change my party affiliation before I go cast my ballot, I can do that. The key to same-day registration, the key word is registration, not to cast your ballot, is to have a valid Nevada-issued ID. If for some reason your ID isn't valid, then you also have to provide a supplemental document to further proof your residency. So that may be like a utility bill, your insurance card that's in your car, a rental agreement, or a lease agreement, or your mortgage. So I want to reiterate it that Nevada is a signature verification state, not a voter ID state. And what's amazing about Nevada's electoral process is that you could actually observe the ballot counting process and the signature verification process. So if the election workers have deemed that they need to verify your signature, you can watch the bipartisan board who have done forensics training compare the signatures that you have provided on several different forms. So whether that's a state, federal, or county form, they'll compare that signature with what's on the ballot. And if for some reason they cannot deem that that is your signature, then they'll be reaching out to folks via either email, phone call, text message, based off what they provided during their voter registration. What I also really want to highlight is that what's amazing about Nevada's electoral process, and especially with election protection, is that our volunteer poll monitors, they are going to be the eyes and ears on the ground. And what's fantastic is that with this program, it doesn't matter what your party affiliation is or what your beliefs are, or where you stand on a particular issue. The purpose of this program is to ensure that every single eligible voter is able to cast their ballot. So if for some reason folks are coming across an issue at the polls, they're able to reach out to the nonpartisan election protection folks. You'll know them because they'll be wearing these really cool, cute t-shirts that say election protection on them, and they'll be ready to answer any questions that they may have. I strongly encourage folks to sign up with Stephen and with Silver State Voices for that nonpartisan election protection program. It's fantastic. They'll give you an amazing training, but the TLDR, and the most important thing that you can remember is that Nevada is a signature verification state and not a voter ID state.
Thank you so much. We have a few moments, a couple minutes for questions. So if you have any questions for our panelists, we'd love to get those down. If anybody has a question.
Well, I got a real fast one. How many, hi, thank you for that was awesome. I know, I don't know who does the counts or statistics, census of how many people actually vote. Like in tribal elections, we have very few percentage. It's unfortunate, even though it's 21, nobody wants to, not very many vote, and they all cry around and say, hey, well, you should go vote. And there's issues going on. Even my real sister tribes, Shoshones right now, they're thinking that September 17th, and their issue is, he said that they have absentee voting they sent out. He said someday you receive theirs, so they're kind of angry. But over here with this one, so like in Nevada, do you guys go out there and count, and those other guys too that were earlier, go out and count to see how many, the ones that don't vote, try to get them to vote. That's what's basically what this is all about, right? And then so I'm not sure 18-year-olds, there's so many out there, but probably a small percentage vote, huh? That's kind of how it happens all over in Idaho too, and everywhere in the United States, I think. And then they all cry around, but Trump says he had the most ever since landslide, huh? In history or something.
Yeah, well, twofold question. One, for Reno Sparks Indian Colony, I'm charged with, as being the PR, to communicate to all tribal members their access to vote. For Reno Sparks, we're able to work with the enrollment department to see how many eligible voters there are. I believe we have there's about 860 some eligible voters, and then we use an electronic system, same as the city does, to be able to count how many voters we actually have. And for RSIC, we had about 45% for tribal council elections, which was pretty high considering. For our polling locations, we are able to get that data through Washoe County and the state secretary's office. And so we work with them post-elections to try to get all that information to see how we can do better. And, you know, what I forgot to mention too, for some of those things, I want to read this list because I think it's really important for everybody on some of the other challenges that we have is one, geographic location, often with the lack of reliable transportation and poor access to distant polling and registration locations. We also have non-traditional mailing addresses due to their housing is overcrowded, homelessness and housing instability, lack of residential mail delivery and limited access to post offices, a lack of access to affordable and reliable broadband service. We need native language translation, including non-written during the voting process, a strong socio-economic challenges such as poverty and unemployment, and historic ongoing mistrust of state and local governments. And so knowing that information, how do we turn that and communicate to our tribal members how we can, and to our partnerships, you know, with our local, state, and federal agencies of how we're gonna overturn some of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Whew. So we have a lot of work going on in this state. We have a lot of partners, as you've heard in the state. But before, so Lisa doesn't pull me off the stage, so because we're at time, keep us on time. Want to reinforce that there are a lot of collective efforts. If you didn't get that out of today, hopefully you do now. A lot of collective efforts going on among so many different, both national organizations collaborating with our local and state organizations. Thankful for Four Directions and team for bringing us together at this forum and for past forums to have these conversations and to ensure that everyone is informed. That's part of election protection work. Knowing your laws, being informed, and then also knowing what you can do about it when voter suppression happens. The Native American Rights Fund, as you heard, is partnering with, and we have 6 different key states that we're partnering in. Nevada is one of those states working with law schools, with students, but also collaboratively with those EP programs that are already existing in states. But if you are to witness any voter suppression, there's a wonderful hotline that I'm sure many of you have heard about already, but 1-866-OUR-VOTE. I'll say that again, 1-866-OUR-VOTE or 687-8683. And you can also email vote@narf.org, and they will actually, NARF's different locations around the country are going to have people on standby to be able to answer questions on election day. And so very thankful to our election protection team. They're actually giving another training right now in a different virtual space on election protection. So we're kind of everywhere making sure people are informed. So I want to thank our panelists today. Thank you for coming today, your time, and thank you for all of the organizing work that you've done in the past and that you're doing today and that I know you'll do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
We got to drop the other school. Sure.
I know, like nobody gets them.
We say no era. They talk like that.
Yeah.
Different dialect.
Yeah.
They call Mexican Zipan. We say no era. I grew up listening to them talk.
So
It's pretty cool, yeah.
we're going to transition to our panel on missing relatives. Okay, so we're going to transition to our panel on missing relatives. And joining us from Georgia is my very good friend, attorney Mary Catherine Nagel, who you're going to see in just a second. I hope when MK comes on camera. And unmute.
So, Mary Catherine Nagel is an enrolled citizen of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. She is an attorney whose work focuses on the restoration of tribal sovereignty and the inherent right of Indian nations to protect their women and children from domestic violence and sexual assault. She is most well known for her work on ending violence against Native women. Her play, Sliver of a Full Moon, has been performed in law schools from Stanford to Harvard, NYU, and Yale. She's worked extensively on the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization. It says host has disabled video, Justin. Can you enable video? As I'm talking through MK's bio and she's trying to make it so we can see her. She's filed numerous amicus briefs, including with COLT and the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center, in a number of important Indian law cases at the U.S. Supreme Court and in federal courts of appeal. She's going to talk about some of those. She also represents numerous families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, including Kesara Stopp's Pretty Places family, who brought a public campaign demanding an investigation into her murder. You may have seen her on Showtime. You may have seen her in many places, and hopefully you're going to see her on the screen as soon as she can share video.
Jen,
she's
can you hear me?
unmuted. We can see the chat, which is exciting. So
you hear
MK, as
me?
we try to pull up your video, maybe you can. Oh, this looks promising! Yay! We see you.
Promising. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Hi,
Now
everyone.
we're going to get your volume up.
Okay.
And she's actually performing her play on the far end tonight in Georgia. So we're seeing an actress in prep right now.
Yes.
And playwright in prep. So can we hear?
Words of wisdom.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Nope, we're working on it.
Okay.
I promise everything MK has to say will be worth the wait. And do you have Anna Gitschka there with you, MK? Can she make an appearance? Yay! Baby party. She's 9 months old and really awesome. There she is. Are we good, Justin? Okay, go ahead, MK.
Could you, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
It's on the screen.
Okay. All right.
Can you hear me now?
We need to turn up the volume,
Okay.
which says it's all the way up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Where's the sound coming from, Justin?
It might be on the projector.
It sounds like it's up on the projector, yes.
No, it might be over here.
Oh no, don't touch anything on it.
OG, let it go.
There's a lot happening here that's very entertaining, MK. Yes, more baby photos.
Hey, I fixed the video.
Can you hear me now?
One of the things they said was that the volume for the Zoom, might have to use it over here.
Okay, I'm gonna try this and see if it works. Okay.
I don't think it's mine though. I mean, I never have a struggle.
Are you okay, MK?
Yeah, I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Can everybody hear?
Did you turn on your computer microphone? Yeah, it's gonna echo. So try muting yourself.
Okay. I tried something creative, it didn't work.
Try it now, see if we hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Better.
Was I right?
You don't want you touching that.
All right, go ahead, MK.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Sorry for the technological difficulties, and we're
we're just about to leave to go to the theater where I'm performing the play On the Far End, which tells the life and story of Muskogee activist Jean Hill Chattery. But very honored to be here with you this evening and to chat just a little bit about our collective efforts in ending violence against Native women and addressing, you know, the ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And I have my assistant Anna Gitchka here with me, who is trying to explore the lamp on the wall at the moment. And also trying to grab my cell phone, her favorite thing. But as Jen mentioned, you know, one of my main clients is the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center, and we've been very honored to partner with COLT in filing numerous amicus briefs, most recently the LB versus United States brief that we filed in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And to talk very briefly about that case, I think all of us know that the inability to trust law enforcement in our communities is at the very heart of this crisis. The fact that our family members can't call for law enforcement and know that someone's going to show up and who will be there to protect them. And in LB's case, she called for help. The BIA officer who showed up, she's lives at her home on the Northern Cheyenne Reservation in Montana. And the BIA officer who showed up to answer her call for help raped her. She filed what is a very standard kind of lawsuit under the Federal Tort Claims Act, which just says, hey, when federal officers commit torts, and rape is a tort, the federal government will be held liable for the actions of its agents and its officers. No one's really questioning or can question the fact that a rape occurred here. Really, the federal government's response has just been, we can't be held liable because this happened outside the scope of this officer's employment, even though he was on duty and responding to a call for help that he would not have gotten had he not been a BIA law officer.
And the rape can't be questioned, MK, because the rape resulted in him fathering a child who's now 8 years old. And part of the reason that LB has been seeking redress so actively is to help pay for her daughter's care.
Exactly. And in fact, the officer initially denied it and said, this woman is lying. And then they did a DNA test and he couldn't deny it any longer, right? So it's a really sad and tragic case because, well, one, a rape happened, but two, you know, in this instance, the United States and the Biden administration should be responding by saying, oh my goodness, we are terribly sorry. And of course we will pay for your pain and suffering. And you should be compensated under the law, just as any victim of rape at the hands of law enforcement would be. And it actually is routine for victims who are raped by law enforcement to be compensated when they're violated by state law enforcement or federal law enforcement elsewhere. And so it is just outrageous that the Biden administration, through the U.S. Attorney's Office in Montana, has been fighting this case. You know, this case actually went to the Montana Supreme Court because it was before the Ninth Circuit before, and the Ninth Circuit said, well, we'd like to know what the Montana Supreme Court has to say about the scope of liability under Montana law in this kind of situation. So they certified a question to the Montana Supreme Court, and the Montana Supreme Court said, yes, actually, this is within the scope of employment if it falls under this test, and this should go back to the court, and the court should apply this test and look at the facts in this case. And the district court looked at it and said, well, there's no evidence in the record that this is, you know, out of the ordinary, or that this is ordinary, or this is common. And in fact, we think this is really extraordinary circumstances. We don't think it's common that BIA law officers violate the rights of anyone that they're policing. And so therefore, the federal government shouldn't be held accountable in this scenario. Mind you, you know, we unfortunately have lots of evidence of BIA law officers assaulting Native people on tribal lands, beating to death, shooting to death, and raping and sexually assaulting. And so it's, you know, it's very challenging for our communities to address the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls if the federal law officers whose job it is to protect us are, you know, engaged in violating us and abusing us and committing these kinds of heinous crimes. And so really at the heart of the LB case is to get that accountability, and that accountability is critical to addressing the injustices. And without that accountability, we're not going to, you know, Native victims aren't going to feel comfortable calling for law enforcement for help. And so that has been one of the more recent cases that we have filed. And again, we were very honored to file that case with Colt. And we're now calling on the DOJ and the Biden administration to settle this case, to not make LB have to continue fighting this case in the courts. It's just horrible that she's had to fight for this long and this hard just to get a basic any kind of justice that any victim in this scenario would be entitled to. Jen, I don't know, I'm happy to talk about any other aspect, and I apologize that Anna Gitchka is deciding to perform all kinds of dances and performances during this call.
It's Las Vegas. Everybody appreciates anybody who's ready to dance at any time. So one of the things that MK highlighted about the LB case is how kind of jarring it is for the Biden administration, which has said a lot of good words about missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, which has churned out several 100 pages of reports about not one more, and the Attorney General Garland goes out to reservations and bites his lower lip and looks earnest and says we have to do something about this. But their actions responding here, when the MMIW effort is a result of federal law enforcement officers' actions and their complete reluctance to take accountability and their complete reluctance to see the policy consequences. If your choices are deal with whatever crime is being committed against you or risk being raped by responding law enforcement, Native women are just going to be less and less willing to call for help. When the only help available, you know who it is and you know they're a perpetrator. LB's rapist has admitted in his depositions to having sex with at least a dozen other women when responding to calls. He now claims this was voluntary. Those women have a very different story. And as MK said, this is a regrettably common occurrence. We get a lot of calls through National Indigenous Women's Resource Center, women seeking help, where they believe that on-reservation law enforcement is just entirely captured and empowered to get away with really whatever they want to. So part of our MMIP struggle is really how do we hold the officers, everyone knows we need more officers, we need bigger budgets, but how do we also make sure those officers are culturally and legally accountable in communities so that we're all acting as good relatives?
Yeah, and I will just add, for instance, you mentioned Case Sarah Stops Pretty Places, which is one of the cases I've been working on for 5 years now. And just 1 week before she went missing, her brother was beaten by BIA police at Crow Fair. And it was actually captured on video, and someone put the video on Facebook. And so, again, these examples just happen all too often in our communities, and they contribute directly to the overall crisis.
MK, could you talk for a second about the Rahimi case, which was a big victory for violence against women generally and Native women specifically?
Yes. So there was a case that came out this summer from the Supreme Court called Rahimi versus United States. It dealt with firearm prohibitions and federal law. Specifically, there's a federal firearm prohibition in section 922G that allows several different categories of situations where it becomes illegal under federal law for individuals to have firearms. And one is a situation where someone has been has a domestic violence protection order issued against them. Sorry, I apologize that we're all of a sudden melting down. Do you want a straw? Here, play with the straw. And so in this case, in the Fifth Circuit had decided that firearm prohibition was unconstitutional and violated the Second Amendment. Now, the Second Amendment, and we don't have to get into it, has been an evolving area of jurisprudence recently, and there's been new case law in that, and that really the jurisprudence comes down to what would the framers at that time have considered to be, at the time. Well, there's sort of two different debates, whether it's the creation of the Second Amendment or the passage of the 14th Amendment, which, as you know, incorporated the Bill of Rights against the states. But the idea being, what were the framers at this time envisioning to be permissible gun regulations? And what the Fifth Circuit said was, well, prohibiting someone who has a domestic violence protection order issued against them is not something that the framers envisioned. And so therefore that violates the Constitution. And of course, we know in Indian country that firearm homicide is very high. And specifically in the context of intimate partner violence, if you have someone who is known to have violated the rights of his or her spouse or their spouse, then you know that having a firearm present in the home dramatically increases the likelihood that that domestic violence is going to escalate to homicide. And so we rely on this federal firearm prohibition. It applies to tribal court issued domestic violence protection orders, and basically says if you have a protection order against you in tribal court, you cannot legally under federal law possess a firearm. Thankfully, we won. We were able to uphold the legality of this federal firearm prohibition, and so it's here to see another day. And for those of us who follow Second Amendment jurisprudence, I mean, it's just interesting to see sort of the expansion of the Second Amendment, perhaps the contraction of it, the further definition of it by the court. But ultimately, it just comes down to we need all the tools we can possibly get to protect our women and sisters from domestic violence in our communities. And the federal firearm prohibition is an important one.
So MK is obviously a great lawyer, and she's also just a really great storyteller. And I wonder if you can talk just for a second about your plays, MK, and how you're educating through art as well as through law.
Yes, thank you. And so I'm here in Macon, Georgia, in the historical homeland of the Muskogee Creek Nation for what they call the Indigenous Okmulgee Indigenous Days. And I will be sharing the play tonight on the far end, which tells the story of my mother-in-law, her grandmother, Jean Hill Chowdhury, who was an incredible Muskogee activist and playwright in her own right. And it's a play that tells her life story, but also covers the Supreme Court's decision in McGirt and sort of combines the two and talks about the ramifications of this important case from the perspective of a Muskogee woman. And I think it's important because, so much of what we do as attorneys and tribal leaders is, fight on the law and policy front. But these cases that the decisions the courts make have real world implications for the people in our communities and our family members. And it can be hard to show that in a brief that you file. It can be hard to explain that in a policy meeting on the Hill. But I think through our storytelling, which we have always valued in tribal communities, I think through storytelling, we can change hearts and minds. Thank you. And educate people on who we are. And I think it's a huge tool of advocacy for tribal sovereignty and for all the issues that we fight for. And so it's always an honor for me to be able to present my work as a playwright. And it truly goes hand in hand with my work as an attorney.
And numerous Supreme Court justices have gone to see MK's plays, so she gets some pretty rave, high-profile reviews. And I know she has to get to the theater, but I want to make sure there's an opportunity for any audience questions for Mary Catherine before she has to go. MK, thank you so much for making some time for us. Anna Gitchka, thank you for being you. It's amazing.
Yes. She thanks everyone for listening to her tonight, and she's excited to get to know you better. And a big shout out to all of our tribal leaders. Thank you for the work that you do every day, fighting for our rights and our sovereignty. So Wado, Muddo, and thank you so much.
You can see us.
Okay, so I want to refocus for a little bit on policy priorities. So hopefully I'm going to share this screen. Here we go. Oh, wrong one. Party platforms. Okay. So we've heard a little bit about the litigation side. What are we doing about things from a policy perspective? One of the things COLT has done is try to engage both parties, presidential platforms, to try to reflect really our top three issues. Number one on those three issues is public safety, followed closely by trauma healing to address the legacy of boarding schools and other traumas. And then thirdly, creating that more level playing field for tribal economic development. But really, public safety is at the heart of the MMIW crisis. So Colt has led a plan for the last several years to restore and preserve tribal jurisdiction, going back to what I would call the original sin, the 1978 U.S. Supreme Court case of Oliphant versus Suquamish Tribe, where the U.S. Supreme Court held that tribal court jurisdiction over non-Indians was inconsistent with our status as conquered people. That deprived tribes of the ability to engage in the most basic of community safety activities. There's unanimity around the solutions that we've come up with for that. Colt developed legislative language, and I'll share some of that in a little bit. But that's been adopted by virtually every major intertribal organization, including the National Congress of American Indians. And that really that contains an Oliphant fix as well as several other measures. And then really trying to lead substantial budget formulation process reforms. Urging the Department of Interior to follow the Tribal Interior Budget Council's recommendation of $22 billion annually for Indian country. We know that public safety is the #1 priority for most tribes, and yet it's almost 90% underfunded. So every year, the Department of the Interior is supposed to produce, under the Tribal Law and Order Act, a report that says how they're doing on law enforcement and public safety funding. And in March of this year, they finally issued the report for 2021, 3 years later. And that report says right on its first page that overall Indian country BIA public safety and justice is funded at just under 13% of total need, and an additional 25,655 personnel are required to adequately serve Indian country. So we're 87% unfunded, and we need 26,000 more officers just to get to the threshold of other rural populations that don't have our jurisdictional challenges. So even at a bare minimum, we're well under it. That's 2.8 officers per 1,000 members of the service population. We're vastly under that. So as of the 2021 budget, Indian country is $3 billion short on public safety and justice. All of BIA is funded at $2.8 billion. So, and that's everything, including public safety. So we're orders of magnitude off where we need to be in terms of adequate funding for law enforcement. For the FY 2025 budget, the president started with $651.2 million for public safety and justice. So he has a report in hand that says we need at least $3 billion, and his starting volley is $651 million. And Colt goes around, and Chairman Tyler and Councilman Yellowboy, they've been in these meetings. All of you tribal leaders have been in these meetings. And you say, who do we need to talk to get action? We've been to the White House, we've met with the Office of Management and Budget leadership, and they say, well, change is incremental, and you really need to talk to the appropriators in Congress. And you go talk to the appropriators at the House and the Senate, their staff and the members, and they say, well, we really need to base this on what the agency is going to propose to us. And you go to the agency staff, and we have a lot of great natives serving in the administration right now who say, why can't we change this? And there's huge institutional resistance for massive change. Oh, you're never going to get that, so don't even ask for it. Ask for these little incremental amounts. And under all the current fiscal austerity measures that have been agreed between the Biden administration and Congress, you can't go over certain levels, and we have to make sure the pie is spread out over everyone, so we can't just increase public safety for Indian country, because that would take dollars away from Fish and Wildlife Service or national parks. And they seem to gloss over the basic point that BIA OJS serves human people versus all of these other things that might be nice to haves and good priorities. But public safety is being treated as if it's on par with any other budget item, which is a huge problem. The White House also knows that $651.2 million that was their starting place is going to go down by a lot. So we're never going to get over that 13% hill unless there's some serious change that's made. We've also been continually advising the administration to stop issuing reports. These reports cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to produce. Spend that money on hiring officers rather than writing reports that restate the same solutions that are obvious to everyone and just repeating that same cycle. We also see the huge need for creation of political accountability within the Department of Justice. There is no Native American political appointee within the Biden Department of Justice, which is really a tragedy. Despite numerous efforts, there's just institutional resistance, which is very unfortunate. Colt has recommended that there be a separate Office of Treaty Rights Enforcement. One of the things that we hear often from DOJ is, well, we have to balance the needs of the agency, and there may be this conflict between what a tribe wants and what another agency wants, like the FBI. And our point is there should be at least one entity within DOJ that is solely loyal to tribes in enforcement of treaty rights, and that doesn't have to worry about whether anyone else's federal feelings get hurt on making the decisions that treaties require. And we also think that there should be a very high-level advisor to the Attorney General on tribal issues. Even Attorney General Garland, having been a federal judge on the DC Circuit for a number of years, is not well-versed in tribal sovereignty and doesn't understand these issues and doesn't have anyone who understands these issues advising him at a very senior level. We've also advocated very strongly to have natives hired within the Office of the Solicitor General. There is no one department where native issues are heard. There's also no budget control for individual U.S. attorneys. So even for U.S. attorneys that serve districts with large native populations like Nevada and South Dakota and Montana and Arizona, they don't control their own budget. So their Indian country budget is farmed out as a fraction, not specific to their native population, from within the DOJ criminal budget. And then there's a separate budget for the Division of Environment and Natural Resources, which doesn't talk to the criminal division. And so you may have a whole lot of environmental and other cases that the U.S. is supposed to be leading and responding to in your district, as well as a whole lot of criminal cases. And the U.S. Attorney's Office is vastly understaffed for what they should have for special assistant U.S. attorneys, for subject matter experts. And they throw up their hands and say, I don't have any money to hire another person to do these things, and they get very frustrated. We've also seen a lot of lip service from every administration about grants. The Office of Violence Against Women grants that come in dribs and drabs of $5,000 or $10,000 that are not recurring. So even if you can find somebody willing to do all that paperwork, get the money, and then deal with the compliance costs of keeping that money, that funding may only be there for 3 years or 5 years. And then what do you do? What do you do when the community is reliant on that program and you no longer have any revenue stream to fund it? Those are huge challenges on the policy front that we've been, like I say, drafting legislation around, and doing a lot of meetings trying to educate about how broken this system is, and that we can't stay on this hamster wheel, as the Colt Vice Chairman Tracy Ching King from Fort Belknap says. We got to get off that wheel because it's not serving anyone. And I had only 107 slides. We got 25 more minutes, OJ. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna show all the slides. I can show the slides. I'm happy to email slides to anybody that actually wants them. But and these slides tell the story, the historic story of how we got to where we are on criminal jurisdiction issues and why Indian country public safety is so broken. Some of these statistics are pretty shocking to a lot. I show this same presentation to a lot of non-native audiences, and they kind of gasp when they hear it. That of all the U.S. attorneys in the country, 25% of the violent crimes that they prosecute are on Indian reservations. So that includes New York City, it includes Boston, it includes Las Vegas, but even though Indians are nowhere near 25% of the population, we're 25% of the violent crimes prosecuted by the feds. The average violent crime rate among all natives is 2.5 times the national average. According to the Department of Justice's own estimates, just 46% of violent crimes against American Indians are even reported. So we know that the majority of crimes are going unreported, and we're still far outsized in the statistics. 1 out of every 10 American Indians becomes victims of violent crime annually, and Native women suffer rates of sexual violence 10 times the national average. And again, according to the DOJ's own data, we're served by less than 1/2 as many police officers as other rural communities. And again, I think they're being generous with their counting. The entirety of BIA OJS has just about 450 employees in the entire United States. I use an example of Colt member tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. They currently have just 5 federal law enforcement officers for an area the size of Rhode Island. Those officers usually get down to 3 because they have a few temps and they're not available for this reason or that. So that's not 3 per shift, that's 3. And they work 12-hour shifts with no backup, one after the other. Their typical response time is 1.5 hours to 2 hours compared to the national average of 6 minutes. On the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, their murder rate for 2005 was 3 per 1,000 people. If you impose that rate on Denver, it would have meant 1,900 homicides would have occurred in Denver for its size at that time, when only 144 occurred. So again, it's just showing the explosive rates of violence in Indian country, and those are a result of a long and conflicting series of legal decisions and policies by the United States. Again, I tell this story over a longer period of time, and it begins to sink in why things are the way they are. Going through the different eras of federal Indian policy. Also just taking pages out of how complicated it is. These are pages from the U.S. Attorney's Handbook that attempt to explain to U.S. attorneys when they have jurisdiction or not. So, who's committing the crime and who's the victim of the crime, what jurisdiction exists and pursuant to what statutory authority. It gets very complicated, and the U.S. Supreme Court recently made it more complicated with the Castro Huerta case. And even though we're in a law school, I won't dive into all the legal details, but suffice it to say, it's truly a hot mess. I just wanted Chairman Tyler at the U.S. Supreme Court. You made the slideshow. There you go.
I did, all right. I'm Tindoy now.
Yes. Tindoy changed his name to his family name, which is great. Congratulations on that. And I talk a little bit more about all those jurisdiction cases and what that means, and really the unprecedented level of engagement and advocacy that tribes have been able to put forward in recent years. I know what Don Ragona must have left, but the Native American Rights Fund has been leading that effort. John Echohawk there with Justice Gorsuch and the General Counsel for the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. This was just taken last weekend in Colorado. So Justice Gorsuch has been really tremendous advocate. He came to the U.S. Supreme Court from the 10th Circuit. He is a Westerner, and he knows and understands tribes in a way that no other Supreme Court justice really ever has. And he, of course...
Can you rewind? Can I take a picture real quick?
Yeah. Oh, I guess I need to go. Oops.
Sorry to interrupt you all the time.
I'm sorry it's delayed.
Was it?
Here we go.
No, the other one where I was on there.
Oh. Okay. There you go. I can just send you the PowerPoint. I can just text you the picture, but.
All right, thank you. Send me the whole thing. Oh, there it is.
Which one?
Oh, I missed it again.
This is delayed. I don't know why. It's on my screen.
Oh, there, got it.
Can we send it And so really what a lot of these cases are telling us, we've had ceremony outside the court. What are they telling us? It's really what happens when popular conceptions about Indians collide with tribal reality. I like to show these pictures because this is from when Johnny Depp was filming The Lone Ranger down at Navajo, and that was then President Ben Shelley and his Vice President Rex Lee Jim, and they're in their business suits and they're looking very official, and Johnny Depp had that weird taxidermied bird on his head, and you know, versus a scene from Standing Rock during the Dakota Access Pipeline efforts, and you know, how do courts reconcile what they think they know about tribes with real tribal sovereignty, and really what that requires from tribal leaders is constant engagement and engagement across party lines. I always say I for Indian. We don't have the luxury of picking one party or another. And I don't know why there's such a lag time between when I change slides, but really across administrations to engage as much as possible, to get natives running for office. So I think the youth left, but I'm serious, they need to do it, yeah. Still delayed. I'm on like the next slide.
Has some issues.
It's funky. I'm hoping it goes to the next one. Because these pictures are better.
Maybe we don't.
It is not afraid, but you don't have money.
Maybe we don't promote our local tribal government elections as much as we should. That would promote people to go vote nationally. Like he was saying, the tribal vote turnout is very low. And so some may say, you know, if that's low and it doesn't really matter, why would the national matter?
Right.
Maybe even trying to coincide with having them vote at the same time, maybe we could draw out some more people.
So I have a question, Jennifer. I don't know if you're gonna get to this, but where is it all gonna end? I mean, BIA's breach of trust responsibility and their dereliction of duty. Where is it gonna end?
So there are multiple tribes now pursuing litigation claims against BIA, including the Oglala Sioux tribe, and I think Councilman Yellowboy stepped out, but they're really the leading case right now. My law partner, Troy Ide, is their testifying expert witness. Troy was chair of the Indian Law and Order Commission, appointed by former Senator Harry Reid. And BIA has taken the position, he was also U.S. Attorney for Colorado, President of the Navajo Nation Bar, the leading national voice on tribal public safety and justice. And BIA has said that he's not qualified to be an expert. And if Troy is not qualified, I don't know who is. It's laughable. But really the position that BIA has taken in all those litigations and in the mediations around them is, we only have so much pie. And if we honor our treaty obligations to you, Oglala Sioux tribe, then that just means that we're gonna honor Rosebuds less, and Cheyenne Rivers less, and We just don't have enough pie to go around. So everybody gets their little wedge and that's it. And saying they can't do anything because they don't appropriate the money. They're the executive branch. And so it's just this endless game of finger pointing at somebody else whose problem it is. And I think most of the leadership within BIA-OJS would say, yeah, we'd love to have full funding. We'd love to have $3 billion. We'd love to have tribal court facilities that aren't condemned. We'd love to have a jail that could actually humanely house anyone. We'd like to have local facilities rather than driving our tribal members 2 or more hours away just to detain them. And they just don't have it. So it's not, I don't think there's ever going to be any, angel that falls from the sky and says, BIA just agrees, because they can't. They practically speaking cannot spend money they don't have. So the solution has to come from the legislative and the executive branch working it out together. There actually may be a solution that comes from the courts. This last term, you all may be familiar with the Northern Arapaho and San Carlos Apache tribe cases against Secretary Becerra on the IHS contract support costs. Colt filed the lead amicus brief in that. It was a great intertribal effort, and we won at the court, which said fundamentally IHS has to honor the intent of Congress and pay all the contract support costs, including those associated with monies that come in from third-party billing, from insurance billing, from Medicaid, Medicare. They're going to enforce what Congress intended to do. IHS had argued with nothing to base it on that this was going to be a multi-billion-dollar problem, and that if the court actually enforced the law, then there would not be enough money to go around. And the tribes that were engaged in that sophisticated third-party billing, which are generally the well-to-do urban gaming tribes that have that ability, then that's going to take money away from rural tribes that need that to deliver direct service care. And it's pitting tribes against each other to say that, well, there's not enough money to go around, so you guys figure it out. I mean, that's essentially where they're at. Now there's a lot of very earnest discussion and advocacy happening within Congress about making sure IHS has contract support costs fully funded, and that there isn't some negative impact to the other delivery of service by IHS in Indian country, because Congress has to live up to, because IHS has to live up to the obligations that Congress intended. It could be the same with BIA-OJS, where these treaty rights-based suits succeed, and then the agency's gonna have to go back to Congress, and it's much easier for them to say, well, the court made us do it, give us the money, and then Congress typically will give them the money. So that's a long answer to your question, Councilwoman. But that's all connected, and it comes back down to voting. So in 3 minutes, when this last slide comes up, so what I'm saying is going to make sense. Hopefully.
I do have a question. It is widely known that even Supreme Court judges aren't allowed, or they aren't required to take a tribal law course. Is there any work being done to try to change that so that way they have a better understanding?
Yes. So for a number of years, NARF, and Don's back in the room so he can appreciate all the NARF shout outs. NARF has been organizing visits by justices to Indian country. Justice Breyer and Justice O'Connor made the first one back in 2002, shortly after the Nevada versus Hicks case, which I worked on. And after we got our asses kicked, we decided to do some things different and started trying to engage more with the justices. There's a whole strategy around this for the NARF NCAI Supreme Court project that's involved lots of amicus briefing, coordinated tracking of cases by NARF, what cases are coming up in tribal courts, what's coming up in district courts, watching it at the courts of appeal, where would it be a good idea or a bad idea, on cert, Where can we get collective advocacy? How do we educate the judges? Working with them on bar association stuff, trying to engage with them on any number of substantive efforts, inviting them to come to Indian country and do tours. Justice Gorsuch and Justice Barrett were both just in Colorado this last weekend. They had a lot of discussion with tribal leaders at the conference they were at. There's constant discussion about bringing Supreme Court justice leaders and staff out to Indian country, doing more education in DC, trying to mainstream Indian law issues in the legal intelligentsia, to the extent that's a thing. But also trying to do that in a very understated way. Just where we're at in society, nobody wants to have their photos blasted on Facebook, and a lot of this is quiet advocacy that's taken place over decades now. And Don, I don't know if you want to chime in at all on those fronts, but Don has explained this at many fundraising dinners, and I don't know, Don, if you want to add to the big picture advocacy effort.
Yeah, the only thing I do want to add, you're explaining it extremely well and efficiently.
Run down like slow motion.
Everybody
No, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. No, Jennifer's explained it extremely well. There's not a lot to add to that. With the exception, we just had our corporate officers meeting to the point of the Supreme Court justices wanting to know more about Indian country, wanting to know more about Indian law courts and our court systems. Justice Gorsuch, who is a personal friend of John Echohawk's, and really, I think it's John's quiet advocacy, as you put it, has really helped really decide a lot of cases. Justice Gorsuch is from Colorado. He understands the West. He understands Indian law. And he and John have had numerous conversations. And I really believe it's because of those and Justice Gorsuch's own personality too. He's been able to sway the court on a number of key decisions. In whether it's Indian child welfare or other cases, he's been really able to do that. What we did get some very good news on the other day is he wants to do another tour, but he's also got Amy Comey Barrett, right, thank you, to wanting to come out and visit tribal courts to see what they were about. So that effort is going to continue, and only through that can they really see that, we have real courts, we have a real judicial system. And what we're able to do in our court systems in tribes is worthy of note, it's worthy of publication, and hopefully that expands out to more changes in federal Indian law and an acceptance by state courts and federal courts of what happens on the tribal level. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. So really the last slide that I'll show is and why we're here at the candidate forum is really the power of the Native vote to be influential in all these spheres, the legislative branch, the executive branch, the judicial branch, because Natives vote. These two maps are Arizona. So the map on your left with the red and blue, the red is the areas that Trump won in the 2020 election, and the blue is what President Biden won. And on the right, the yellow is the map of Indian reservations in Arizona. And you can see the Native vote delivered Arizona for President Biden, 100%. And the map should look like this in every state, right? In every state with reservations, we should be deciding. The Montana race came up earlier. There's 78,000 Native voters in Montana. In 2018, John Tester won by 18,000 votes. So the Native vote makes the difference, make or break in lots of places. That happened in North Dakota for Senator Heidi Heitkamp in 2012. Used to happen in South Dakota. You got to get on that, Councilman. But that's what all this mobilizing is about, because when we actually turn out, we can make it happen. And then all the policy goes back to that.
So how do we do that in Idaho? There's only 5 tribes, but we have, like, our reservation has 4 counties. And so then they gotta split up, there's 5 districts, where people, 6,000 of us, but there's probably, I don't know, a little over 2,000 voters, but then they're all different places. So
Lester Moore has a suggestion on that.
When I was listening to, I was going back in time. I guess my real question as an elder to these young people, how do we get rid of the leadership of the EIA and the IHS, because they don't do that. You know,
6:38.
and the reason why I say that, because I get calls about twice a week from the reservations back home, and said, I've been to IHS, you know, the business asking. And there's what I've seen, and you know, in IHS and EIA, there's just a lot of corruption. And I think that what we need to do is to change that corruption. Like my wife, she was the CEO of Good River Hospital units up there. And they didn't like the decision that they made, so from the top came down and they fired her because they didn't like her decision. So she took them to court, and she beat them to court. But that's the thing that we're putting up in us.
So I think the short answer to Lesser, your question is the disconnect between political leadership, which can be great, and bureaucratic leadership out on reservations. And a lot of it is getting the right people in those political policy positions so they can do as much as possible, as fast as possible to try to create that change that'll roll through the lower levels of the agency. And we've got a lot of people, over 100 natives in the Biden administration trying to do just that.
Hi, Senator Schatz is here. He is the chairman of the Indian Senate Select Committee. And so he is going to be coming up and speaking next, so.
Do you want us to leave the vote map up for him?
Yeah. I think it's cool.
We know the vote in that.
Just a reminder.
Yeah.
Let's give her a hand.
I know she did good because I heard everybody laughing. We're ready. We're desperate.
They should have said that to me.
I know you guys hit her. This morning, after the introduction, if y'all can get up and yourself, your title, your tribe.
We did. It's kind of still tough. We can't even have to train them, or it's hard to train them.
Yeah.
It's more strict now than our teacher. We go down that way. Nobody wants to be close. You have to have those kids. They shot up some more people. But they was something. His partner, his mom was from that valley.
Jennifer, I could have had talked to 10 more minutes. Well, we're waiting from, real quick, about 3 weeks ago, I went to DC. We had a roundtable with the Democratic caucus or committee and stuff, and I told Senator Shax that this administration has done so much for Indian country, they need to go out there and tell them what they've done. And he goes, I'm going to work on that. And then I find out that, hey, I'm coming to Nevada and I'm going to tell the tribes what we've done. I mean, so I got one senator to listen to me. And then, well, we're waiting again. Do you guys want to start instead of like early? You want to start like 10 a.m. We get things done, and we can probably get you out of here after lunch, feed you, and then send you home. Will that work for everybody? Because I saw some people come in this morning. They should have came in at 10.
We're one of them, OJ.
Yeah. I'm not pointing or trying to identify you guys.
Julia?
Kind of like. But okay, so that we'll probably have a couple channels.
We were here early, we were just touring the campus.
Oh yeah, that's true, isn't it? Yeah.
Looking for parking places.
Yeah, okay. Man, Indians are good at coming up with stories. When an Oglala tells you an excuse and then the Nevada tribes agree with them, I know I'm in trouble.
I was trying to catch the golf cart with them, but they left me.
Yeah.
Yep, stack up the back.
Still looking for Desiree.
So while we are waiting for Senator Schatz, some good questions for him might be, what can be done to fix the broken appropriations process, especially around public safety, given that we're 90% underfunded and we need 26,000 more officers? He knows that. Another good question would be, what's happening with the continuing resolution, prospects about a government shutdown, and his prognostications through the end of the year, including, there's been a lot of discussion about NEPA reform getting through the Senate in particular, and what does he think about that? Addressing some of the critical natural resource and mining issues that the earlier panels raised, I think would be great to ask of him as well. Just some ideas. Maybe he heard all that stuff.
Right.
What'd you do with Desiree? See that, Joe?
This is my personal. This is my cyber attack. So
That's why you got Gmail?
yeah, this is my legal Tyler G. Tyler SB Tribes.com. But yeah, they're still working on it. You're gonna introduce the chairman.
All right, Indian country is absolutely flexible. I just got asked to introduce. So please, everybody welcome U.S. Senator Brian Schatz.
I would also like the opportunity to have our Nevada tribal chairs and our Colts tribal leaders please stand and introduce yourselves as well.
My name is Tony Bill. I'm a member of the Yamasee Tribe, and I'm a council member.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Schatz. I'm Kathy Tooney, Fallon Tribal Chairwoman of the Fallon Paiute Shoshone.
Good afternoon, I'm Yvonne Powers, Shoshone Paiute Tribal Council member. Also, our tribe is a member of COLT.
Bishayo, Zango Yutatevi, Nanani, Dupambi, that's my Indian name. Black hair, but still longer black. My name is Lewan Tyler Tindoy, Shoshone Bannock Tribes Chairman. Thank you.
What's the translation for mostly black?
Hamadakimbi, Lila Daya, he Madonna sitting there, Machiapi, Sichongo Lakota, Matahan. I am from the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and that's who I'm representing today, our Sichongo Lakota Oyate.
Good afternoon, Tyler Yellowboy, Tribal Council Representative for the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And Stephen Wadsworth, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the chairman for the Cooper Lake Paiute Tribe. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to show up and talk to us.
Thank you. Ready for me? I am deeply honored to be here with so many tribal leaders and other tribal members and advocates. Just to back up for a second, about 4 years ago, I became the chairman of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. And it was the first time in a long time since Danny Akaka and Dan Inouye
that there was a chairman from the state of Hawaii. And one of the things that I learned growing up in Hawaii is to listen. And that when you talk about self-determination, you have to manifest that by not, and especially when you're a politician, you are expected to show up in most instances with all of the answers, with everything ready. And what we did instead of that was we conducted a series of listening sessions, both me personally, and I got to meet a couple of you previously, but also my staff, to try to really understand the needs in Indian country. And I am of two minds. First, it is a fact that over the last 4 years, the Congress has done more for Indian country than ever before. The other way to look at it is that it is a very low bar, because up until about a decade ago, Congress was affirmatively harmful to Native communities, whether they were Native Hawaiians or Alaska Natives or tribal members in Nevada or anywhere else. And so we did make a lot of progress. Even last year, in the last appropriations bill, we increased tribal housing by 25%. 25%. Again, two ways to look at this. It probably needs to be quintupled and not increased by 25%. But long journeys start with a few steps. And we made those first most important steps. And one of the things that we did in the United States Senate is to make sure that the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs was always, always, always at the table. When we passed the American Rescue Plan, when we passed the CARES Act, when we passed the infrastructure bill, when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, this was the difference between now and 10 or 20 or 30 or certainly 50 years ago. Every time we did federal legislation that included spending, there was an Indian country title in that bill. And that is a foundational shift in the way that the Congress looks at the First Peoples and interacts with the First Peoples of the United States. And so, again, there are no victory laps given the extent of the needs. And I just got a chance to talk with the chairman about not just broadband, but healthcare needs and infrastructure needs and water rights and water settlements. And so I am under, because I've been studying this now for about 6 years, I am under no illusions. This is not one of those issues like let's say I'm pushing for dental coverage for Medicaid. You get dental coverage for Medicaid, you get to check the box and move on and say, I did that. Improving the material conditions for Native people across the United States is a solemn trust and treaty obligation of the United States. And the United States has been screwing this up for generations. I don't think it should take generations to remedy it, but it's not going to be instantaneous either. And now I want to talk to you just a little bit about Jackie Rosen. She does not sit on the Committee on Indian Affairs. But she's sort of ex officio because she's always in my ear about all of your needs. She's always in my ear about all of your needs. And working with Catherine Cortez Masto and the rest of the team, we have tried to meet the needs of these tribes. And she has been one of the most fierce and frankly ferocious and hardworking and passionate advocates for your tribal members that I have interacted with in the United States Senate. That's why I flew here, really, because I feel very, very strongly about two things. One is that she's that good. She's that good. I had an opportunity to hang out with my family this weekend, and my wife sort of forgave me for doing this because she knows about Jackie Rosen too. And she knows that if we lose the United States Senate, things will take a turn for the worst as it relates to Indian country. And so I am here to thank you. I am here to build a continuing relationship. And I am here to emphasize something that I think you already know, but I will say it because it sort of bears repeating. Nevada Senate races, whatever the polls show, always close. Always, always, always close. We can be behind by 4 points, we win by 7,500 votes. We can be ahead by 9 points, and we're going to win by 12,000 votes, right? But if you add up the 62,000 or so tribal members, that's the margin. That's the margin. And so I feel like the context here, because I feel like I'm doing a fake law professor lecture here, makes me uncomfortable to talk about elections, but I want to talk about elections because the main thing that we can do for your members is to re-elect Jackie Rosen. And you can do it. This is within our grasp. And if we do that, we will make progress on land and culture and healthcare and infrastructure and water, and especially voting rights. One of our highest priorities after codifying Roe is to enact the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which includes a whole section on Indian country. And so I'm telling you, this is not some pie in the sky, if you elect us, we'll do stuff. I'm telling you what we're gonna do. We wanna do it. But none of this happens unless Jackie Rosen wins, and Jackie Rosen doesn't win without you. So thank you so much for the opportunity to say hello and to meet all of you. And I'm hoping that this will be the beginning of a longer term substantive relationship. Thank you very much. I think I'm taking questions. Okay, 2 questions. I mean, I can take 3, but whatever. Yes.
I have a question here. We appreciate your advocacy on the boarding school issue. What do you see as next steps after all of the reporting that has been completed?
The question is what's next on the Indian boarding schools issue. I don't want this to sound like a dodge, but I do want to be deliberate in the way we move forward. As you know, we're working on a commission, and we've been moving that bill through the legislative process, and we think there's a high likelihood of enactment. And I frankly am not a commissions guy, like this a lot of time that's just a politician's excuse to punt. You know, I was in the Hawaii legislature and you know, there were a lot of, we'll make it a study, right? And that was a way to not take action. But I think on this one, a significant amount of the process is about reconciliation and surfacing the actual history and creating a real record of what happened, what the United States government did. And I'll just give you a adjacent example, it's not on point with this, but the United States government overthrew the Hawaiian monarchy and imprisoned the Queen. And under the Clinton administration, Congress passed the apology resolution, which officially acknowledged that the overthrow of the monarchy was illegal. And it apologized to the Native Hawaiian people. And so one might say, well, that didn't do anything, and yet it did. The record very much matters. And so my answer to you is, I want to get this commission established in statutory law. I want them to do their work. And a lot of it is ongoing regardless with the Department of Interior and the tribes. But we are not yet at the point where the historical record is established, for instance, in the same way that the Canadian government has already kind of gone through a process. So I want to be a little bit slower than my normal instinct is to sort of immediately take action, because it's not obvious to me what the next step is. But the first most important step is to make sure everybody in the country, and certainly everybody in the United States Senate, understands this absolutely horrific period of American history. Yes?
So, I'm gonna stand up. First off, I wanna say thank you for the housing initiative, the funding. I just came from, I sit on Secretary Fudge's, well, Form Fudge, now Tubman's Intergovernmental Advisory Committee on Housing, and I went to go see Congressman Cole, who is now the chairman of appropriations, and we appreciate the increase.
He's in my top 5 favorite Republicans, by the way.
I hope so. But, you know, our state, along with Rosebud, we're facing law enforcement issue. And I watched a hearing from our Senator Rounds sits on your committee. But all of Indian country is feeling the pinch of underfunding of our tribal law enforcement. And I know Jen had the statistics up of what the president's budget is, and it's severely under budget in regards to getting adequate funding. And for us in Indian country, today, or not today, yesterday, we had 18 gun calls in our schools. And because we only have 22 officers across our reservation.
18 in a day?
18 to date.
Oh, to date, okay. That's terrible too, I just thought it was in.
Right.
Okay.
And so now we're living into the time of, you know, we need that law enforcement. And the budget is here, the amount. So I applaud you for the work you're doing and what you're shining and trying to get Indian country, you know, the adequate funding and holding these hearings, but also a field hearing. So that way you come and see where we are, where we live and what we go through and what our communities look like.
Yeah.
Because that amount of what the president's proposing is nowhere near the amount of what we need in Indian country.
Thank you for pointing this out. And as you know, we've had hearings about tribal or reservation law enforcement, and this is a question of money. There are lots of super complicated things that we have to deal with in the Congress, and then there are a few very simple ones. This is a question of whether or not we want to put our money where our mouth is. And, you know, in Hawaii, it's a little more complicated because the Native Hawaiian community has not decided whether or not it wants federal recognition in the form of a government-to-government relationship as a tribe. So there's no consensus back home. Where there is consensus is please improve the material conditions of Native Hawaiians. And I liken it to that. Lots of complicated things. Indian boarding school path forward is murky, although I think we can make progress. This one is not complicated. This is just like tribal housing, where we just have to go, I have to go sit down with Tom Cole and cut a deal. And I will tell you, turn off your phones, I'm gonna tell you a quick funny story. So Tom Cole, now he's the chairman of the whole appropriations committee, but there was a time, you know, 6 months ago, he was the chairman of the transportation and HUD subcommittee. So he was my negotiating partner. And it was the damnedest negotiation, because it was like, I sat down and I said, I want this. And he goes, well, I want to increase tribal housing by 25%. And I said, okay, am I supposed to like pretend this is a hard one for me? But I gave it like 14 seconds. I was like, yes. So this is an area where there's bipartisan support. This is an area that is absolutely urgent, because all the other stuff flows from safety, right? Education, healthcare, infrastructure, economic opportunity. Nothing can happen if people don't feel safe on the reservation. So this is one of my very, very highest priorities. My word is my bond. So I just want you to, you know, just remember I'm only one of 535, but we do have a lot of momentum for increased resources for tribal law enforcement. Questions, but I want to hear your question.
Real quickly, Dewan Tyler Tindoi, I know, you know, even though you're from Nevada, but from southeastern Idaho, but our treaty was prior to all these states, 1868. We had a lot of treaties, like 12, and then this one was the one that ratified. But our original reservation was 1.8 million acres. In 1873, they dwindled it down to 1.2. The surveyor was a drunken guy, and to this day, we're trying to get it back, 600,000 acres. And so we're working with Weezy, I think his name is. We're trying to get Deb Hall in there, but I don't know, hopefully we'll get some champions, maybe Ryan Merce here, I heard he's over there now somewhere. But anyways, you know, we have a railroad right away. They started encroaching on our reservation in 1878, but then they started getting closer. This started way up there. And then 1882, we made an agreement. They gave us a little bit of money, and I went to our treaty money funds. In 1888, did another one. And then Congress put an agreement that says it's supposed to revert back to you when the railroad no longer uses for railroad purposes, or revert back to the Shoshone tribes. To this day, we're fighting it. They're trying to say since Salazar came about, they took it back, and that's not true. And then we have this other area where the J.R. Simplot Superfund sites all over, and Region 10. And these guys are trying to take this gypsum stack and this pollution and put it on our BLM land, which is treaty rights. We have off-reservation treaty rights in the United States of our ancestral homelands. So we're fighting that too. During the Dawes Act, they brought all this up and put in allotments for allottees for everybody. And then they did that in 1902, open run like that movie Far and Away. They made they ran in there and staked the claim. So they stole all these lands, but those federal lands are still ours. So we won that case, and we're still in litigation in both of these areas. We can't find no champions. I know the champions was NOA and then the Dorgan and others. And I think you're the next champion, but that's just some of the stories going on, not just with us, but all over Indian country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
I talked to him.
Alright, let's go this way.
We got the tribal chair.
Alright, hold on, let me. Alright, if we can go outside again like we did earlier today with Congresswoman, we can take a group photo, and then we wanna be able to take a photo with the tribal leaders. And then, where'd she go? Where is the dean? Right here. Senator Dean, the dean here was one that provided this space along with Danielle, and they wanted to say thank you and all that good stuff. So let's all head outside and take these pictures. So we won't use flash, so we won't be brown.
Wanna go outside?
Yeah, right. Where'd you go? Mike, show them where we went last time for those pictures.
Not the same way.
Well,
I don't know if it's shaded. Yeah.
pick a spot out.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We're taking a photo outside, so I'm gonna let me connect you with There's always someone.
This is my Steve. Yeah, I talked to Brett.
So